Welcome to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Now here's your host, Wilmot Mutty Perkins.
Everybody, morning and welcome once again to Perkins Online. There's a very interesting article on the op-ed page of the Gleaner this morning, written by a man who often writes interesting articles, Mr. Peter Respute. The battle of the pollsters is now on in earnest. The Bill Johnson poll has the PNP 7 percentage points ahead. The Mark Wignall poll has the JLP 7 percentage points ahead. And the Don Anderson poll has a statistical dead heat. I find this, extraordinarily funny. The Bill Johnson poll has the PNP 7 percentage points ahead. The Mark Wignall poll has the JLP 7 points ahead. The Don Anderson poll has them at a statistical dead heat, and the university poll, what used to be called the Carl Stone poll, but is now being done by some people out of the university. They have yet to come up with their poll finding. I wonder what they're going to tell us when they come. And who is going to be sufficiently idiotic to take these polls seriously? I think that people have in the past taken polls seriously, and I think that these polls have influenced the outcome of elections. But as I keep pointing out to you, these polls are very unreliable. Very unreliable. There is nothing scientific about them. And the results that they produce, if we assume their accuracy, could at best be a snapshot. If they tell you they did the poll 2 weeks ago, and they tell you that they found X, Y, Z, that is a reliable indication. Assuming it is reliable only in relation to the time at which the poll was taken. It can't tell you what people are going to do in 2 weeks' time. Right? But the reliability of those polls, of the poll, is another matter. There is no reason for thinking them reliable. There is no evidence to support the idea of their reliability. And what is going on here is a bit of a pappy show. This is entertainment of class. Don't allow yourself, don't take these things seriously. None of them. Right? The pollster can tell you anything that he wants you to believe. And if you believe in his credibility and take what he says seriously, then it might influence the result somewhere along the lines of what he's suggesting. But if you go your way, keep your head straight, and do what you want to do, well, no, that's another matter. Right? But it only goes to show you, well, what is going on in the country. There is a story on the front page of the Gleaner. Some gentleman suggesting at a conference at the university that we break corrupt links. With a general election expected in the next few months, Jamaica and the Caribbean, I don't know how the Caribbean comes into this, Jamaica and the Caribbean must do more to tackle the corrupt links between politics and criminality, says outgoing United Nations resident representative Juan Carlos Espinola. The Paraguay-born diplomat was speaking at the opening of the 2-day crime and politics symposium held yesterday. The opening day of the held yesterday at the University of the West Indies, Mona, which also saw the announcement of the new Institute of Criminal Justice on the campus, both of which the UN Development Program is sponsoring. Now, we must break the links between, what is it? The corrupt links between politics and criminality. Must break the corrupt links. Okay? Well, what is going on here is that the politics is corrupt, criminality is corrupt. But the politics is corrupt. And the links between politics and criminality in Jamaica are not links between two independently originated forces. The history of crime in Jamaica is very much linked to the history of political corruption. There was a time when the gang leaders The gangs were originally developed to help the political parties to power. Do you remember that famous speech made by Norman Manley? I think Mr. Pernell Charles quoted from it in one of his books. Not Norman Manley, I beg your pardon. Famous speech, infamous speech by Michael Manley, in which he talked about his companeros of the garrison and named a number of them. We take a break. We come back in a moment.
Workers in the light and power industry, the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union is you and your family's best bet for attractive loans and investment options. The time by the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union, your financial partner for life, is
10:15.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Education's important to me.
from GSAT to my master's degree. Scotia Bank has the plan for me. Time flies. Open a Scotia Education Savings or Scotia Education Wealth Plan for your child today. Then watch it grow as fast as they do. The Scotia Education Savings or Wealth Plan also offers scholarships and bursaries annually. Call or visit any Scotiabank branch for details and start your plan today. Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart. Don't settle for high prices and limited variety. Megamart has a wide selection of groceries, freshly baked goods, household items and appliances, furniture, clothing, and much more. You can also dine in or out at our food court and fill your prescription at our pharmacy while you shop. We're open 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart, Portmore and Kingston. Megamart, the best value by far.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel this Friday, June 1, as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by the Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. Three Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient and quality service. Breads and More Limited, shops 4 and 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DR Ebanks Limited for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Centre, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited, more parts, serious business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper Paper Place. Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. And Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies for Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel this Friday, June 1, right here on Power 106 FM. You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. My compañeros of the garrison, and he named a number of them. Michael Manley, back in the 1970s. The gangsterism and politics have a very strong, a visceral link. And it seems to me that the thing about it is this, that the gangs were originally supported out of the Consolidated Fund. They were originally provided with guns. I think politics had quite a bit to do with that. But what happened is that, well, before that they used to use stones and sticks. But what has happened is that, having been provided with the guns, they have found ways of using those guns and going into other practices like the trafficking in drugs to make far more money than the Consolidated Fund was able to afford them. And a large part of the problem of political corruption in this country, has to do with the failure of economic development. When I say the failure of economic development, there was a time when economic development was going quite well, up to the end of the 1960s, right? Not fast enough for some people. Yes, they saw other people getting opportunities, and those opportunities hadn't reached them. So they changed for a party that was campaigning on the basis of a slogan, better must come. Well, far worse came. But the thing is that it seems to me that if Jamaican government could have set as an objective the creation of full employment opportunities in this country, then there would have been a less strong temptation to distribute public sector work on the basis of who is PNP and who is JLP. If everybody could have gotten a job and be living well and working hard and producing and living well, there would have been less pressure to indulge in tribalism. But it is the sterility of the economic policy. And the worse than sterility when it comes to, gets into the hands of Dr. Davis and his cronies. That is what is stimulating the corruption. That, of course, and the fact that, people are looking out for themselves. They're looking out for themselves. I don't think that too many of our existing crew are going to die in poverty. Very unlikely. But we have to get rid of the political corruption, right? If we don't, we're not going to get rid of crime. Because the crime that is carried on the streets is junior to the criminality that goes on at the level of the kleptocracy. Okay. Okay, let's leave it there for the moment, no? And go to our callers. Let me just say that the matter of the Air Jamaica, oh yes, Air Jamaica has now admitted that it has made a deal with Virgin Airlines. It's no longer going to fly to London, Air Jamaica. Virgin is going to take over that route. It has emerged that Air Jamaica has been losing $2.5 million a month on the London route. Now that we have heard, how much more have we not heard? How much is it losing on other routes? But I was listening to that program that follows this one. What's the name of it? Both Sides of the Story. Yesterday afternoon. And heard a man talking on the program. He is a Jamaican. He has lived abroad for many years. And he has invested in a house in Jamaica. And he now regrets it. Because he thinks, I think that I'm trying to get hold of a copy of that tape. Because there's a lot that he says that needs to be repeated and to be thoroughly understood. If people really want to understand what is happening in the country and happening to them, right, they need to listen to that man. And there was a lady who came on afterwards and said that she agreed with everything that she had said. That too was her experience. Also a Jamaican who lives abroad and who comes back to the country from time to time, right? Telling you about what it is that she encounters here, and he telling you about what he encounters here and how intolerable he finds it. But why did I get onto that? He spoke about Air Jamaica, and he says that he's not surprised at the losses that Air Jamaica has been suffering on that London route. And he suggests that a high proportion of those losses come, in all probability, from fines that Air Jamaica has been imposed on Air Jamaica because of the This is, interestingly, fascinatingly, this is an airline that calls itself the on-time airline. Well, he's saying that the lateness of Air Jamaica, the inability, the unpunctuality of Air Jamaica exposes it to heavy fines in airports, well, at Gatwick, he says, in London, right? But I imagine that the same thing must be happening in New York. Because when an airline is given a landing slot, and that slot passes, that time passes, and then the airline arrives, I can see a problem there, right? And the fines are imposed upon the airline, and that, if anything, is, if there are other factors giving rise to losses, then that is only adding to them. So, and what this is pointing out is that it isn't something about the London route that is the problem. The problem is a problem with Air Jamaica. And what is going to be happening? Are we going to keep supporting this airline with all the losses that it is accruing. The losses are just being piled up, and the public of Jamaica, the half-starved public of Jamaica, must pay for that. How can that continue? How can it go on? I don't know, sir. And I tell you something. I'm not sure. I would not be prepared to bet that all of this is not associated with corruption. We take a break.
Ideal Finance Corporation, 17 Ripon Road, Kingston 5, offers competitive interest rates on your investments and attractive foreign exchange rates. Call 960-639024. The time by Ideal Finance Corporation is...
Lloyd's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Lloyd's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road and 145 Constant Spring Road. Massive sale on steel, lumber, 5/8 ply, cement and more. Take our competitors' quotations to us and we'll beat the prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Telephone 969-3382. That's 969-3382.
Now for today's weather brief. There's a surface to upper level trough across the central Caribbean. Today, expect mainly cloudy conditions. During the afternoon, look for scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. Over the next 3 days, look for partly cloudy conditions with afternoon thunder showers. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Lloyd's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when he open up in wallet and he look at the money, him sorry he never have more.
Ricky don't matter stop, you come to it. We said the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be Stewart's.
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maypen, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel this Friday, June 1, as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by the Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. 3 Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient and quality service. Breads and More Limited, shops 4 and 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DR Ebanks Limited for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Centre, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited, more parts, serious business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper, think Paper Place. Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. And Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies for Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel this Friday, June 1, right here on Power 106 FM. You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM. FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Somebody just reminded me that the gangs are not only making money out of drugs and other such trafficking. They're still making a lot of money out of the Consolidated Fund with contracts to do this, that, and the other, you know. And I suppose they must be, well, I don't know. And the other thing that occurred to me is this problem of overruns and the involvement in government in some big projects, you know. I think it was the World Bank that some time ago made a reference in one of its reports to the facility that road projects, you know, big highway projects and things like that, and have offered in terms of corruption. You know, you indulge in a highway project and there is an overrun of, you know, or a hotel project, an overrun of $40-odd million US, a fair amount of money, you know. Fair amount of money. Anyway, let's go to our telephones. Hello? 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 What in heaven's name is going on here? Hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Good morning.
I'm barely hearing you.
One of your callers from St. Mary.
Yes? Nice hearing from you.
I've been trying to get to you for the longest while, but you know how it is.
Well, I'm so glad that you stuck to it.
Yes.
Were you at the meeting in Another Bay the other night?
No, but I heard about it.
Oh? I hear it was a very good meeting.
That's what I heard.
You heard that?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And the best was kept for the last.
I suppose.
Huh?
I suppose.
I hear people were enjoying the best after 11 o'clock at night.
Well, reason why I wanted to talk to you especially today is that this whole business with the...
Hold on a little bit. I hear two ministers came there in helicopters.
Well, like I said, I wasn't
including
really there.
The Prime Minister. Prime Minister was one of them.
I wasn't really there, but I heard that too.
Helicopters.
So I heard.
2 helicopters.
At the expense of the poor.
Eh?
At the expense of the poor.
Well, I don't know. Where did the helicopters come from?
I suppose it usually is JDF.
Oh? I don't know. I don't know that we can assume that, but you know. But this is high life. I mean, they don't have to encounter the horrible roads, you know.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes?
Listen to me. This business with the police behaving a certain way. Let me tell you something.
Keep your voice up for me.
Yeah, there's a belief in the PNP party that whoever the police supports, whichever party the police supports, is the party that forms the government.
I remember a policeman telling me that in Porus some years ago, that if I didn't know that the party that the police supported is the party that will win the election.
And I'm going to tell you this, Mr. Perkins. As long as Mrs. Portia Simpson Miller is Prime Minister, trust me, you will never hear that person come out and, you have something that is really, really bad in terms of how people react to the police. You will never hear her come out and say, that must stop. You will never hear it.
Oh, yes?
I'm going to we will hear. We will prove it. Nobody in the PNP will ever come up and take certain disciplinary action that you know that it will have a great impact on how police behave.
Uh-huh.
Trust me, as long as this government is in power, you will never hear that. Because I remember 1976, I can remember I was living in St. Elizabeth that time. And I remember every JLP supporter was locked up without reasonable cause.
Oh?
Yes. And when you're in a district...
In the whole parish of St. Elizabeth?
Pardon?
Every JLP supporter?
That's an overstatement.
Well, it sounded like that to me.
95% that everybody who was locked up was JLP supporters. I can tell you that.
Oh? But what was the point of this? Locking up people who are, to prevent them voting for the JLP?
Well, it was a form of intimidation. Because I am sure that the PNP was in collusion with the police.
Oh. I don't know, sir. That's a long time ago, and I haven't got the evidence in front of me.
Well, I'm telling you that ever since that time, there are so many things that police does that you never hear the government come out and take a stand where you could say, okay, they need to get the police in line. They're not going to do that.
What about the JLP?
Well...
Are we hearing much from the JLP about,
what I think...
the conduct of the police that the human rights people are talking about?
When I say that there's this thinking in the PNP that whosoever the police supports will form the government, I think the JLP is sort of light-footed there. They don't want to come down too strong with anything because that saying they might have that in the back of their mind too.
Uh-huh.
That's why they're not coming straight forward and saying something definite that you can hear something solid.
What I don't know. So how are we going to get out of this fix then?
Well, let me tell you something, Mr. Perkins. I had a feeling a couple of months ago that Bruce had a real chance,
That what?
That Mr. Golding had a real chance.
Uh-huh.
But thinking about the amount of corruption in this system, as far as I am concerned, I know that money is being thrown around. And I know the Jamaican public. And I sort of tell myself that Bruce not seem to have any chance because they're probably not going to be able to throw that amount of money around. I don't think they have any chance.
Oh.
Because, our electorate is
so hold on.
Business.
You think that the electorate of Jamaica today is going to sell out their lives for another 5 years?
Not all,
Huh?
Not all, but the majority, the masses, the masses is really mostly people who can't find them way.
Oh.
And they are most influential, are able to be influenced.
Uh-huh.
That's what it boils down to.
Oh. So you think the election is going to be bought?
I think so.
Uh-huh.
I have a firm belief about it.
And the fifth term is a certainty.
I can remember one day, I remember when Mr. Patterson was in power, Mr. Patterson was saying he heard some criticism of him one day, and he was wondering if it was really him people were criticizing that kind of way. But
if it was what?
If it was him, the criticism was really about. But he seemed to be living in a state different from every other Jamaican,
Mr. Patterson?
Yeah. It's like the politician doesn't seem to be feeling what anybody else is feeling. And it most likely...
No, politicians don't feel what other people are.
Okay, that's
because
what I was
they have contrived to exempt themselves from it. Certainly politicians in power.
That's what I was going to say, because they have a different lifestyle from everybody else.
Well, hold on just a moment for me.
Barco Caribbean Limited, the prestigious manufacturers and distributors of high-quality household products. Products such as Super Bright Ceramic Cleaner, Super Pine Disinfectant, and Chlorite Bleach can be found island-wide in all leading supermarkets and grocery stores at very affordable prices. The time by Barco Caribbean Limited is 10:45.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Doctors say 65% of us are overweight. Get help now.
Do you have fat thighs or calves, flabby arms, double chin or crow's feet, baby tummy that won't budge or unsightly cellulite? Well, visit Suddenly Slender and experience the magic of mineral body wraps. Would you like to be slimmer? Lose 6 to 30 inches? Suddenly Slender. Shops 14 and 15 Hilton Kingston, 920-1139 or 997-1909. Now for today's weather brief. There's a surface to upper level trough across the central Caribbean. Today, expect mainly cloudy conditions. During the afternoon, look for scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. Over the next 3 days, look for partly cloudy conditions with afternoon thunder showers. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Feel better, look better, improve your health. Call 920-1139.
Marlon, I want to fix up the kitchen at home and the bar at the club with some nice countertop sink and faucets. But I wonder if I can afford it.
Look, Miss B, as a trained workman, Cameron Industries, them have low price fender acrylic, post farm laminated in plenty colors, and them solid surface second to none. The workman, them factory trained. Them products strong and resist heat, chemicals and stain. Them also have some nice sinks, and what a nice word they use the pipe? Faucet.
Come to think of it, everybody's talking about Camerons. I also hear they give excellent service.
That's right. Check them at the Trade Center, 3032 Reynolds Road, Kingston. Telephone 906-386-224 and Hatfield, Manchester, 963-0628. Cameron Industries is the best name for quality countertops in Jamaica.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel this Friday, June 1. As host, Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by the Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. 3 Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient and quality service. Breads and More Limited, shops 4 and 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DR Ebanks Limited for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Centre, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited, more parts, serious business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper Place. Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. And Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies for Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel this Friday, June 1, right here on Power 106 FM. You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back here online. Hello?
Yes, sir, P. You remember that incident in Halfway Tree with the police and that lady, that Mrs. Miller, did call for a report on her death? You hear anything about it since?
Not really, and, there have been a lot of other such incidents. It's being said that the incidents of police
excessive
beating up people like that and, in other ways violating their rights, that these are increasing.
Mr. Perkins, if the PNP spent 1/4 of the effort in securing re-election, if they spend 1/4 of that effort on the Jamaican economy and it's the people's goal, Jamaica would be transformed. If they spend 1/4 of that time.
Yes, sir. It seems to me that I don't know, their manifesto is shortly to come out. So we'll probably see what they're talking about then. But whatever they promise, the question is going to be, why haven't they done it over the past 18 years? They've had a lot of time in which to move the country forward. They haven't done it. So what are they going to tell us now?
I remember this incident when people were passing a certain area. I think we're the highway, North Coast Highway and all of that. And there was an argument about development of people. I mean, your greatest assets are your humans. And let me tell you something, Mr. Perkins. There is nothing to do with where the country. I cannot understand. How is it that we get so much money to borrow?
We're borrowing over $1 billion from I think it's the Caribbean Bank.
How is it? Something
over $1 billion. Okay? We're borrowing.
Always see.
So that is going to be adding to the debt.
Where our people, our leaders are misplacing their loyalty.
Yes.
They boast when they get money to borrow. When they get money to borrow, you cannot see what it is doing to help to earn back that money that you
Yes,
borrow.
well, we hear that I think that this money is going to be used to fix roads and other such things, Anyway, sir, thank you very much. All the best to you. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Mr. Perkins?
Yes, sir. Good morning to you.
Yes, sir. Do you know if the Ministry of Finance or any policy in government controls places like Western Union?
If they control them?
Any policy at all? Why I ask, I had to send $600 abroad last week.
Uh-huh.
And I sent the $600 in American money.
Yes.
And when I got to Pavilion, that's a branch.
Eh?
When I got to the Pavilion Plaza,
Yes.
they tell me to go across to the Cambio and change out the $600, and they gave me 66 something, and then I had to buy back the US dollar at 68.25 and come and lodge it. So instead of 600, it's only 550 I could send.
It cost you $50.
Yeah, but outside of that, I did spend $1,800 to transport the money.
It cost you 1,800 Jamaican dollars.
Yeah.
To get the money, to send the money to the United States.
When my bearer went to the cashier said, you have to change the $600 over at the Cambio and then bring it back to her in Jamaican money.
Yes.
And by the time they pay me, they change it out at $66 something. $6.80, I think. I had to buy it back from them same one for $68.25.
$68.25. And what are you saying, that what you got was $550?
That's all I could send.
So that it cost you another, in addition to what it cost to send the 1,800, it cost you another $50 US dollars.
Yeah.
Oh hell.
You see,
well, look here, sir.
I say, if I'm sending $600 US and you go to the Western Union, give them $600 US cash money, and they charge you.
They don't want that.
And they charge you $1,800 to send it. I don't have a problem. But they said that I must take the $600, go over to the Cambio in the same office, change it at $66 something, and then buy it back at $68. I can't see the reasoning. I don't know why.
Yes. Well, that is for them to make some more money, surely.
Yeah, but is there?
But look here, I gather that when people in the United States, for example, send money to Jamaica, they send it in US dollars.
Right.
Right? And when the money arrives here,
they pay in Jamaican
it is paid in Jamaican dollars at a rate determined by them. Right?
In other words, I know the bank have a selling rate and they have a buying rate.
Yes.
And when it comes to them, they pay you buying rate. And then they come back again and charge you selling rate.
Yes. But what is happening is that a firm like Western Union, they are getting your money, some money for you in US dollars. They should deliver it to you in US dollars?
I have questioned that several times. And that's why I was asking if does the Ministry of Finance or any government agency control the operations of these people?
Well, look here, sir. You think the Ministry of Finance or anybody in government has any interest in what's the name of the firm with the Jamaica Public Service Company?
Western Union.
Right?
Which is controlled, I think, by Grace.
No, I'm thinking of Mirand. Why they allow people in this country to be exploited by such companies in the way that they do?
You see, I'm just thinking that if a company set up to transfer money or receive transfer money,
yes,
that is not a problem. That's a business. But if I was getting $1,000 US from the States, when they come, they don't give me the $1,000 US. They change it out at the buying rate and give it to me.
Yes.
Now, I am sending money to the States, and I give them US dollar. And what they do in the same office at Pavilion Plaza,
yes,
they tell me must go over to the Cambio, change the money, and I get $66.80. And when I come back to send the $600, they charge me $68.25.
Well, boy, I tell you something, you see. I think I would have to find... But why didn't you go to a bank?
Yes.
Because I suspect...
I got the money from the bank.
Yes, but I suspect that you could have gone to a bank, put the money into a foreign exchange account.
Which I have.
Eh?
I do have that.
Yes. And then you could transfer it from that to some bank abroad. But I don't know. I don't know what it...
Yeah, but you know the bank, like NCB?
Yes.
If they receive $600 into my account, they charge me $18 something to receive the money.
Oh, is that so?
And if I go back there and draw it, they charge me $13 to draw it out.
Well, I tell you something. That is what was happening in Jamaica in the days of slavery, you know. People were being exploited, right? And it's going on again here now.
So exploitation is not only for people, but for money and the rest of it.
Oh, yes. People are being exploited
I would
in
really
Jamaica.
like, if any possibility, you could, check with Western Union and find out why, or the ministry, if they can give you any information. If they have no control over the transfer companies, like as I say, Western Union, that's a different matter. But the fact is, I'm sending $600 to the States.
Yes.
I get the $600.
I heard that.
Send the man to the top.
All right, so we look into it. All right?
Well, we will get something, not only for my benefit.
Yes, all right.
But
but this is a matter that concerns the people of Jamaica. All right?
All right.
Thank you very much.
Make it Cake World for freshly baked products, bread, picture and character cakes, pastry, buns and more. For a delightful taste, visit Cake World, shop number 9 Premier Plaza, LOJ Shopping Center and 12 French Street, Spanish Town. Telephone 920-3570. The time by Cake World is
11:01.
Let's get healthy. Yeah, here we go. Come on, shift to the left. Yeah, shift to the right. Spreads real easy, cooks up right, makes healthy and light. Shift to chiffon. Spread it on now. And rich with vitamins, tastes real good. No cholesterol, no trans fat. Shift to chiffon. Freshly made every day, keeping healthy the chiffon way. One more time. Shift to chiffon. Shift to great flavor. Shift to great taste. Now available, chiffon low fat. Chiffon margarine made by Simprod must be good. Yeah.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel this Friday, June 1, as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by the Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. 3 Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient and quality service. Breads and More Limited, shops 4 and 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DR Ebanks Limited for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Centre, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited, more parts, serious business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper Place. Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. And Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies for Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel this Friday, June 1, right here on Power 106 FM. You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, we're back here online. You know, Jamaica would have been a very different place if political leaders understood that people were voting for them, would give them their vote, not because they were charismatic, not because they spoke nicely or whatever, but because they saw them as defenders of their interests. You know, if people voted on that basis, then what is going on at the RGD would not be going on. You go there, you pay your money, you would get your in fact, when I heard that the RGD was going to be computerized, I thought that, you know, somebody in St. Elizabeth would have been able to go to Santa Cruz or Black River, pay for a birth certificate, give the particulars, pay for it, and they'd be asked to sit down and wait, and somebody would strike up the thing on the computer, and in a matter of a minute or two, you'd hear the printer rolling off the birth certificate, and that would be that. You get your birth certificate, you go on about your business. Right? It can be done that way. But the government of Jamaica has no real interest in doing it because people are going to suffer the inconvenience of paying for birth certificates and not getting them. But then when they come to vote, they won't be remembering that. What they'll be thinking about is who is charismatic and who is not. Right? And likewise with services like the public service company or what that gentleman was complaining about. He wants to send $600 to the United States. He presents $600. They don't take that from him. Right? They send him to change that money back into Jamaican dollars. And then when he comes back now, he pays Jamaican dollars and they are selling him the US dollars, which he already had. Right? Now, that could not be happening if we had a government in Jamaica that was really concerned about the interests of Jamaican people. It couldn't be happening. I mean, Western Union would have to make up its mind whether it wants to function in Jamaica. They couldn't be compelled to. They could, you know, but then some other company would take on the opportunity. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello?
Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm having a problem.
What's that?
With the RGD.
RGD?
Right.
Who is not having a problem with the RGD, sir? What is your problem with them?
Well, I've applied for a late entry of name.
Uh-huh.
That's from the 24th of January.
Uh-huh.
And up to now, I cannot get it. They said it would take 8 weeks. And I paid for Express. It was $2,000.
If they said it would take 8 weeks.
Right.
And it's now gone 6 months. No. Well, it's 5 months, huh?
Right. From
January, February,
24th.
March, April, May. 5 months. But you know why this is happening, sir?
Right.
You don't know why?
Yeah, because of the government.
No, it's not the government. It's not the government, you know. It's the people.
Okay.
If the people of Jamaica wanted the kind of service where you'd go in and tell them what you want and they tell you it will cost you so much and it would be done in reasonable time and so on, right?
Right, okay.
Then if that was what you were voting for when it comes to an election and other similar things, right?
Right.
That your interests are going to be protected, that it is going to be made possible for you to go to achieve what you want to achieve by legal pathways, right?
Yes, sir.
And so on and so forth. That when if you want to send, or if somebody sends you $1,000 from abroad, when it comes here, the conveyor of that money would give you $1,000. Now you would make up your mind whether you want to change the money into Jamaican with them or to take it somewhere else where you can get a better price.
Yeah, it should be that way.
Right?
Yes, sir.
But the Jamaican people are being exploited all over the place.
That's true.
Right? Exploited by the politicians, exploited by... I mean, when you take a man, right, and give him a contract, not because he is knowledgeable and efficient and will be able to perform that contract well and efficiently, but because he happens to wear a particular color shirt. Don't you realize that it is costing you?
Yes, sir.
The taxpayer?
True.
Huh?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
What people, I mean, as long as people are going to vote on the basis of how the person looks or, you know, how much charisma he has or whatever.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
If that is going to be the basis, then you take what you get at the end of it.
True.
Am I right?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Perkins.
Well,
but when you call them, because I sent an email about 8 weeks' time, them said it is in the last stage of processing. However, them could not give me a delivery date. But when I call back or send back email or anything, them just not answering, not responding.
You know, sir, I was saying a moment ago that years ago, when I heard that they were going to be computerizing the RGD.
You have heard time to time saying it.
Yes.
You're right.
I thought that you could go to wherever you are. I mean, you go, if you're in Westmoreland, you go to Savlamar. If you're in Trelawney, you go to Falmouth.
True.
Right? Go to the office there. Tell them what you want. Give them the particulars. Right?
Yes, Mr.
They
Perkins.
tell you it is going to cost you so much. You pay the money. Right? You get a receipt and they tell you to have a seat and just wait for a few minutes. Right?
True.
They punch in the thing on the computer. Right? Communicating with Spanish Town. Right?
Right.
And they get back the thing. You hear the printer revving up. And it produces a document. And that is your birth certificate.
True.
Right? No reason why it can't be done that way.
Because it kept me out of work from that time, because I was working, but from December of last year, I would have to get my TRN and things like that. So it need the birth certificate. So you understand? So I'd have to just go through that process. But I never know, so after 8 weeks.
So what? You have lost the work in consequence?
I've lost the work. I've not lost the work, but laid off and say, well, when I get the TRN,
oh hell,
to get back my work.
But you're not collecting any money?
No, I'm not collecting any money. Not working at the time.
No. They don't care, because they figure that they can get your vote without making it possible, providing you with convenience.
It's bad, Mr. Perkins. It's bad. I have headache every day. I have three children to send to school.
Yes.
And it's bad.
Well, yes, that is the way it goes, sir. Right? People must take an intelligent view of their lives and of the way the country is run.
That's true.
And do what they can. It is the people of Jamaica who have the power to decide ultimately what goes on here. We don't just sit down like slaves and take whatever it is that the politicians choose to hand out to us.
That's a fact.
Okay. All right, sir?
And Mr. Perkins?
Yes?
What you can do for me, please, may I beg you, because I'm having a hard time, really. I can't work, I have my children and go to school and things like that.
Yes, all right. Just leave your particulars with...
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Perkins.
Hold on. Sorry, we take a break. We'll come back in a moment.
Only the best is good enough for you. So get the best and widest range of tiles, various sizes to suit your style. Floor, wall tiles, Cameron Industries, tiles, 963-0628 and 906-3862. The time by Cameron Industries Joinery Limited is
11:15.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tassie Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and a raisin cake, and our tasty Tassie orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tassie line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited, 27 East Street, Old Harbour. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tassie Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel this Friday, June 1, as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by the Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. 3 Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient and quality service. Breads and More Limited, shops 4 and 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DR Ebanks Limited for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Centre, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited, more parts, serious business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper Place. Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. And Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies for Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel this Friday, June 1, right here on Power 106 FM. You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. You know, I'm becoming a bit reluctant to entertain these calls from persons who want help to get stuff out of the RGD. Because what ought to be happening is that people ought to be coming onto this program and to others and saying, now look here, we're having these problems. And the government had better damn well do something about it, and quickly. Or we're not even going to listen to what they're saying. Right? And if they took that kind of approach, not only with the RGD, but with other problems that they have of a similar nature, where they're paying their money and they're not getting the service. Right? They're paying the taxes and they're not getting the service. If that was the approach that people were taking over time, then the elections, the argument today would not be about roads or whatever. It would be about something else. Anyway. Hello?
Okay.
Hello, yes.
How are you, sir?
Not too bad. How are you?
Fine, sir. So I have to get you 3 years now.
3 years?
3 years. I just get you to the man.
Boy, you've finally done it. Congratulations.
Mr. Perkins,
eh?
I see you always have problem. You have always have problem with the journalists, them criticizing how they report and all that kind of thing. Hello?
Yes.
Yes, I have that problem all right. So I just want to say something to you, so I'll read something to you. In 1953, a man named John Swinton, I don't know if you heard of him.
John who?
Swinton.
Clinton.
Swin.
Eh?
Swinton. He was the chief of staff of the New York Times. And that man was considered the dean of his profession. This is what he says, Mr. Perkins, in 1953. This is what he said. I want the world to know this. There is no such thing at this date of the world's history in America as an independent press. You know it, and I know it. There is not one of you who dares to write your honest opinion. And if you did, you know beforehand that it would never appear in print. I am paid weekly for keeping my honest opinion out of the paper. I am connected with. Others of you are paid similar salaries for similar things. And any of you who would be so foolish as to write honest opinions would be out on the streets looking for another job. If I allowed, sir?
Yes, I'm listening.
Good, sir. If I allowed my honest opinions to appear in one issue of my newspaper before 24 hours, my occupation would be gone.
That's it? That's it? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes. That is what you're reading.
That's what I'm reading, Mr.
That's what he said.
Mr. Perkins.
Well, I don't know, sir. I don't know about his situation. Right?
Sir?
I say I can't tell you what his situation was.
All right. Mr. Perkins, him said the truth. To lie outright, to pervert, to vilify, to fawn at the feet of Mammon, and to sell his country and his race for his daily bread. You know it, and I know it. And what folly is this toasting an independent press?
Yes, I know. But look here.
Are the tools
hold on a moment.
Of rich men
hold on a
behind
moment.
the scenes.
Yes, all right. We've had enough of it.
Never get no press to get the truth, sir.
Eh?
You never get the truth from the journalist, sir.
Well...
If big men control the press, how do I get the truth?
I don't know about that, sir.
Okay, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
What he is saying
yes.
is likely to have been true about him.
Yes.
It doesn't follow that it is true about me.
About you, sir?
Yes.
No, sir, I'm not saying about you, Mr. Perkins.
But
because you're the man who accompany this program, Mr. Perkins, and make you understand what's going on here.
No, sir, but I have written for the press in Jamaica.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes.
And I didn't have any difficulty expressing it, and would not have tolerated any difficulty expressing my opinion if I wrote something and it was a matter of it being libelous or something of the kind.
Yes.
Well, we'd have to talk about that.
I think
but
so.
If I can't express my opinion,
yes, sir,
then I would be prepared to stay home and think about writing a book or something.
And I respect what you say, Mr. Perkins.
Right? And I'm sure that there are other journalists all over the world
who
would take that view.
Yes, sir.
Right?
But I respect what you say, Mr. Perkins. But because you've been talking about the way the press report, the way the press report the story, it's so wrong. It's so wrong, sir. That's how we realize.
It's
wrong. That's why we research and find it, you know.
Yes,
and realize we cheat people, sir. We plug downtown. We fill our car downtown like this, you know. But what may I say? Everything is so wrong, Mr. Perkins. It is so wrong, sir. We're not getting on truth.
But I've for the most part, have not been talking about journalists being untruthful, right? I know that there are some of them in this country who have a tendency to political alignment, a political sympathy, you know.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
But I think that if journalists in this country, are free to write what they consider the truth.
You know, Mr. Perkins. This last line says, our talents, our possibilities, and our lives are all the property of other men. We are intellectual prostitutes. That is what this big man saying from 1953.
Well, he's telling you about himself, sir.
It's himself that's telling about, sir.
He's telling you about himself.
Right, then we get to the truth.
He's not telling you about anybody else.
Oh, I see.
Okay?
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Good. Okay, hello?
Good morning, Mr.
Morning to you, sir.
Do you know what happened to that gentleman who was in an accident? I think he was taken to the hospital and he was left to die because he did not have the money to pay up front.
When was this?
I think it was yesterday I saw it on the news, you know.
I beg your pardon?
Yes. I was just wondering if he was alive or
Which
dead.
accident was that?
I'm not too certain exactly if it was in Manchester.
And where did you hear this or see it?
Yeah, man, it was on the news yesterday.
Oh,
I think it was a terrible accident. But anyway, this gentleman was brought to the hospital, and he was left to die because he did not have the money up front to pay. You know,
I missed that one.
I thought this was a Christian nation. And what is even more unfortunate, many of the hospitals are owned by churches. Now, where is the spirit of goodness?
Many of the hospitals are owned by churches?
Yes, are controlled by churches.
Like which ones?
For many of the private hospitals.
Huh?
Many of even Andrews. But many of these churches, many of these hospitals are run by...
I don't know that many of them are, sir. Which hospital was he taken to?
But, you know, Jamaica has become a...
Most of the hospitals in Jamaica, I believe, are government hospitals.
Well...
Public hospitals.
Maybe so, but they are still run by some religious organization.
Well, I don't know about that.
But, you know, Jamaica has become a callous and brutish place to live in. And there should really be laws to prevent any hospital, whether they are private owned or governmental owned, from turning away any emergency case, a situation of life and death. I think Jesus is ashamed of Christians of Jamaica for lack of care and love.
Well, look here, sir.
Yes, sir.
It's more than a matter of care and love, right? What all of this is telling you is that we have in place in this country a government that has been in office for 18 years.
Yes.
And at the end of that 18 years, this government is telling us it has accumulated an immense amount of debt.
Yes.
Right?
True.
Now, it would be difficult to say what it is that this money has been spent on that has been beneficial to the people of Jamaica.
Well, health and education, I haven't seen much of that money.
Well, but the thing about it is this, that the government clearly does not see itself as having an obligation to provide adequately for the education and the health care of its people. The funny thing about it is that you talk about health care. If one of these politicians, one of these members of parliament, were to get ill, he wouldn't have to go to the Kingston Public Hospital or his wife to the Jubilee Hospital,
or his children,
to have cockroaches crawling over them, right?
No.
He'd get on a plane and fly to Miami or New York.
At our expense.
On the basis of an insurance scheme.
Yes.
Paid for by you and by that little man down in the ghetto there.
Yes.
Right? Whoever his GCTs is helping to fund that. Okay, hold on just a moment.
Okay.
Researchers at the University of Carolina Davis reported that phytonutrients in apple products may help protect against cardiovascular disease. Start drinking Mott's apple juices, distributed by T. Geddes Grant Limited. The time by Mott's Healthy Living is
11:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I started worrying what to do when the doctor told me that Mama's arthritis was worsening. But then the nurse told me about Independent Living. It was a dream come true.
Independent Living, the store that cares enough to provide solutions for your physical limitations. Supplies of hospital beds, lift chairs, wheelchairs, bathroom safety and rehab products. Independent Living, the caring store. 10 Merrick Avenue, Kingston 10. Or call 754-2195 or 754-5198. Rising above physical challenges, we can help you do it. Now for today's weather brief. There's a surface to upper level trough across the central Caribbean. Today, expect mainly cloudy conditions. During the afternoon, look for scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. Over the next 3 days, look for partly cloudy conditions with afternoon thunder showers. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
Hey, Red, rodeos are coming. Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome to Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel this Friday, June 1, as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by the Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. 3 Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient and quality service. Breads and More Limited, shops 4 and 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DR Ebanks Limited for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Centre, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited. More parts, serious business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper, think Paper Place. Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. And Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies for Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel this Friday, June 1, right here on Power 106 FM. You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here on
Yes, Mr. Perkins. Now, the government might very well be responsible for the state of affairs. You know?
For the what?
For the state of affairs in regard to health and education. But people have got to stop hardening their heart in regard to taking care of those who are in desperate need of medical attention. You just can't turn a blind eye, you know. And then you're going to call yourself a Christian. You know, even a Muslim or whoever else. But
yes, but on the other hand, hold on a little bit. The hospital needs the money.
Yes.
Because that is how it is going to be able to afford health care.
Yes, I understand.
Now, that is the case because the government is not providing the hospital with the money. Right?
Yes.
This is a relatively new development, you know.
I'm aware of that.
Right?
I'm aware of that.
In the past, government used to maintain hospitals.
Yes.
People used to be able to go to those hospitals and get treatment, right? Without being able to pay for it.
So what do you think caused this drastic change in attitude?
Look here. Look at what has happened to the economy of this country over the past, well, it's more than 18 years now, right? Because it started way back in 1972.
Yes.
Right?
Don't you think it might have some association with this idea of people becoming doctors?
Becoming what?
People becoming doctors. Not because they really care, but it's another way of taking another step up the... Yeah.
Medical service has got to be paid for, right?
Yes.
The doctor's wife has to go to the supermarket.
Yes.
Right? He has to pay his way around. I mean, pay his rent, pay his electricity bills, whatever. Right? The drugs that he uses to treat the patient have to be paid for.
Yes.
The facilities that he uses to diagnose and whatever else. X-ray machines, kidney dialysis machines, whatever.
So,
those have to be provided.
Yeah, but becoming a doctor then is really a profession and a business.
It is a profession.
And a business.
Yes, of course. Why not?
But, you know, it seems to me, though, the business attitude in regard to the whole medical field has dominated the moral and human part of it.
No, but it isn't the doctor that is telling you that you must...
I'm aware of the whole capitalistic bind.
It is the government that is saying that it is not capitalistic. This has nothing to do with capitalism. Right?
Well, they're buying and selling medical care.
Yes, sir, but that is happening in the leading capitalist countries. Well, that is happening because of the inability of the government to provide this service to its people.
That's true, because
and
we
hold
could
on
use
a
a lot more public hospitals.
Hold on a minute. The government is taking the taxes out of the pockets of the people.
True.
Right? What is it doing with those taxes?
Repaying old bills. Repaying bills that are outstanding and all that. But
repaying bills?
You know, the money that I think that a greater portion of the budget, the money that we collect from taxes, goes to paying debt.
What is this paying debt because the government has accumulated this debt?
I know.
What is it done with the debt?
Multiplied.
What benefit?
You know,
have the people of this country who are being called upon to repay this debt? What benefit has come to them?
Absolutely very little or nothing at all.
Oh, well, all right.
You know, it is said, you know, and with reason, because that the more times and things change, the more Jamaicans remain the same. And the question is, why are Jamaicans unable to think freely and to make meaningful changes? Now, the answer to this question lies somewhat secretly in the formal course of study, or what we call the curriculum. Now, to understand the sheer inability to think realistically and to make fundamental changes that are necessary on the part of the Jamaican people, you must first look at the books that make up the curriculum, particularly the reading books, or what we call literature. Did you know that the same books that I read, my father read, my great-great-great-grandfather read, are the very books that are currently being used by the public schools?
Oh?
Yes.
Like which book?
I mean, for example, I'll give you a good example of what
you mean like about. William Shakespeare?
The public schools aren't so privileged as to read the poems and the literature of Shakespeare. But what we have been given is books like Alibaba and stories that are not only irrelevant, but are somewhat fantastical. Alibaba, Pinocchio, the Golden...
They're classics.
Classics?
Yes, and when children learn to read in school.
Nonsensical and idiotic.
Hold on. When children learn to read in school.
Yes.
Right? And learn about, they read about Alibaba and whatever.
Yes.
No, hold on.
Yes.
Once they learn to read, and there are library facilities, they can always go and borrow whatever they want to read and read it.
That's true, you know, Mr. Perkins. Yes. But, you know, at 9 and 10-year-old, this is the step from childhood to adolescence. And we are now feeding the minds of our 9-year-old and 10-year-old Alibaba and the 40 Thieves, the King and the
I see nothing wrong with
and
that.
Dracoles and the Lion, the Hedgehog and the Hare, the Princess and the Shepherd, Rumpelstiltskin,
I see nothing wrong with
Pinocchio and the Puppet, the Wooden Horse of Troy, and Nancy and the Fairies.
Nothing wrong with that.
Well, I suppose we cannot, as a people, we cannot associate with a Nancy. But I really cannot see us relating to these characters in these stories and then applying this knowledge or information that we get from these stories.
But that is not the only information that children get in school. They read that in English classes.
Yes, true. I'm taking these stories, you know, from the...
But they're also doing mathematics, presumably, and doing history and doing science and whatever. So don't talk as if that is all they spend their time in school doing.
I know, Mr. Perkins, but this is a main reading book, you know.
What is wrong with that?
I mean, the stories that we have been reading for generations after generations.
I don't know that there's anything wrong. So what would you like them to be reading?
Well, what we need is, Mr. Perkins, is that is a fundamental change in these books.
Or is that so?
Yes, we need to
What fundamental change? What do you want them to read?
One is a public display of book burning. And a great deal of these books are put to bonfire.
I see.
Because
all right,
if we are,
thank you very much.
If we are,
you. Okay. Hello?
Yes,
sorry.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes, good afternoon. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, morning. How are you?
Not too bad.
I must, based on what I've seen, I must... By the way, this Western Union issue, you know, this has been a racket going on for a long time.
A what?
I think the people, a racket in some way now. There are crookedness.
I'm not hearing you very
long time. It's not only Western Union. Most of these money transfer institutions, they do it.
I'm not hearing you at all. Would you speak up for me? Oh.
I said it's not only Western Union that does it. Most of these money transferred institutions do it.
So I gather.
When you give them your U.S. currency, they give what they transfer it into whatever means necessary to facilitate their crookedness.
Yeah, well, I don't know about crookedness, but...
It is crookedness because what is happening here is that they give it to the people at one rate and the buying rate is another.
Yes.
But you've made a point to the college.
But it isn't crookedness. It isn't crookedness.
What he needs to do
They're telling you what the terms are. And if you accept those terms, well, fine, they make some money out of you. Right?
Yeah, but you don't have no choice. You don't have a choice because all of the institution does the same thing. Mm-hmm. So what do? Take a plane and carry $100 to Jamaica?
Because they're allowed to do it.
Yeah, the government allowed them to do it.
Yes.
So you see, it's a matter of exploitation, and I think some action needs to be taken to have it be addressed. It is long gone, long should have been done as early as yesterday. Now the next thing, Mr. R commend the GLP for its continuity in recognizing the fact that education should be one of the way forward for the Jamaican people. But what about the constitutional reform? Have they put it also in part of their promise to the Jamaican people?
I think they've put that one side, so they're not talking so much about that again.
That is the foremost. Should be the foremost thing on the agenda. Because without a constitution, an education policy means nothing. A good education policy means nothing. A good industrial policy means nothing. Good laws for the country mean nothing without a proper constitution.
Well, I'm not sure that I would quite go along with that, but I agree with you that there is need for constitutional reform.
Then the next thing is, I gather the PNP is now trotting out the same thing the GLP is putting forward as an education policy. Did Mr. Patterson do the same thing the last time and did not fulfill his promise? And why Ms. Portia is not to fulfill that promise? Is it something that the PNP is a party of news conferences and news releases and profiling and nothing else? And borrowing money?
I don't know, sir, but you realize what has happened. That I think that Mr. Patterson clearly understood that he, leading the People's National Party, would have very little chance of winning a fifth term, right? So what the change in leadership was a matter of tactic, right?
Profiling strategy.
Well, no, what they're hoping, well, as Mr. Patterson himself said, right? Mrs. Simpson-Miller was not only the party's best hope, she was its only hope for a fifth term. So what happened is that they're hoping that the party will see, that the public, the people of Jamaica, will see in her not the same, and in the party that she leads, not the same party that has been running the country and destroying the country over the past 18 years, but a new party, with the power vested in Sister P. And since they love Sister P...
More Bedwood-like inspiration.
Eh?
More Bedwood-like inspiration.
Yeah. And they're figuring that the people will love Sister P and will vote for their love of Sister P, forgetting issues like the economy and the debt and the state of the country's roads, the lack of security, the abundance of crime and murder and whatever, right?
Yeah, but the point still remains is that the same, it is the physical structure remains the same.
That is,
or even degenerate. Yes. The physical is the only difference we have now is that we have a bedward type tree is being promoted as a profit.
Well, we have Sister P, and the poor people love Sister P. And we have prophets coming out and telling us that God wants Sister P to be Prime Minister, has decided that she is to be Prime Minister. Eh?
But then these one of them is the grandson of that would come from Town, but
of course, if you vote against Sister P, you are voting against God.
Yes.
That is what people are being told. Hold on just a moment.
Medical Associates Hospital, providers of quality healthcare for over 47 years, providing lab, x-ray, pharmacy, emergency and general care services. Let Medical Associates provide you with the healthcare you need when you need it most. The time by Medical Associates Hospital is
11:49.
J&J Pharmacy, located at 82 Barnett Street and shop number 3, Embassy Place, Montego Bay, has all that you need in a pharmacy. If they don't have what you need, they will definitely get it for you. All major health cards, including JADEP and NHF, are accepted. Go see them today. A pleasant staff awaits you. Opening hours for Barnett Street, 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Sundays and holidays. Embassy Place, 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday to Saturday. For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel this Friday, June 1. As host, Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by the Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. 3 Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient and quality service. Breads and More Limited, shops 4 and 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DR Ebanks Limited for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Centre, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited, more parts, serious business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper, think Paper Place. Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. And Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies for Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel this Friday, June 1, right here on Power 106 FM. You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online.
Mr. Perkins, the wooden, you can tell that Connor that the wooden horse of Troy has its place in history.
I didn't hear that.
He was complaining about the wooden horse of Troy. It has its place in history.
Yes.
It has its place in history. Now, likewise, the Ku Klux Klan, which has its place in history and in present, they all have their place in history.
It's part of the culture of the Western world, sir. And I don't know that we can just sort of disregard it.
It cannot be, no.
And in any event, why should we?
These
are very interesting stories.
Disregard him for one. This gentleman, Bill Johnson, Mr. Perkins.
Mm.
This gentleman, Bill Johnson?
Yes.
What is his purpose in Jamaica?
What is his purpose?
In the British Caribbean islands.
I don't know, sir. I don't know. He has come here. He came here to be a pollster for the People's National Party.
What was his purpose in the country beside us, the little Cayman and the one that Gonzalo was in?
He has done polling, yes, in St. Lucia and in the Bahamas, I believe.
Yes, and the element of discussion.
Yes, but I don't know that there's anything wrong with him being here and doing polling.
No, I don't say anything is wrong with him being there doing polling. You know, my problem is with it is that if he's doing polling, then he must keep what it is all about.
He must what?
He must keep what it is about.
Uh-huh.
If he's not one of those to figure, all right, I gather that Mark Wignall do a poll, he does one, other people been doing poll. And every time Mr. Bill Johnson's poll comes up, it comes up in a fictitious form. Likewise what he did in St. Lucia.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. He's telling us that the PNP is 7 percentage points ahead of the Labour Party. Mr. Wignall says the JLP is 7 percentage points ahead. That's a difference of 14 percentage points.
Right.
The Don Anderson is telling us that the parties are neck and neck.
Wow.
And we have yet to hear from what is called the Stone Team. I don't know what they are coming with.
But Mr. Bill Johnson, wasn't he this very man who went to Gonzalo country, what's the country name, like St. Lucia, and made some prediction?
Oh, yes. Yes.
And this prediction came out to be very garbage-ish?
Well, yes, because he predicted that one party would win all but 3 seats in the legislature. It won only, I think, 6, no? The other party won the remainder and became the government.
Yeah, there was a decisive defeat in the party.
Oh, yeah.
And I think he went to the banking center, that international offshore banking center we have in the Caribbean. What's the name of that country again? The one beside us.
Where was this?
The British colony. I called him earlier. Cayman. Has he not gone to Cayman to make some prediction he does not turn up to?
I am not sure. He has been all over.
And he went to Bahamas.
Mm-hmm. But he's very entertaining, you know. I think that the polls are great entertainment.
Yeah, but one other thing, you know, apart from entertainment, you know, it helps to distort public opinion. And it helps to create a bandwagon political effect.
It can do that. It can do that to the degree that people are stupid, right?
Yeah,
but if people start thinking and recognize that all this is a big joke, right? Then nothing wrong.
Yeah, but it distract the voters generally from the United States to the Caribbean. They vote emotionally, you know. It's the most time, you know. They are emotional voters.
Well, that is their fault.
The bandwagon thing. And
that is their fault, not Mr. Johnson's.
No, Mr. Johnson alone did it. You remember the same, there was some poll that...
But you know, sir, look here. Newspapers in Jamaica publish polls, right? They also publish cartoons and comic strips and things like that for the entertainment of people.
Yeah, but can people really put them in their category?
Put them what?
Have people been putting them in their category? Because when you have cartoonish polls, then it should be put in the cartoon category. But have people been doing that? Are they creating you?
Well, as long as you realize what it is that is going on, you know.
Anyway,
they're very entertaining. Eh?
You go and keep up that good work. But let me ask you a question. What's the situation with crime in Jamaica now?
It's appalling, sir.
Oh, dear Jesus.
It seems to be entirely out of control.
So what is happening now? What is the rate of murder? Is it I heard somebody told me that it was going down. Is that
no, it's not going down. It's going, if anything, up.
And what the Prime Minister is saying about that?
The Prime Minister is silent on the matter.
So what's the prophet is saying?
Huh?
The prophets are on her.
The prophets? I don't think the prophets are preoccupied with the election. It seems to me.
Also, they have no prediction, no pronouncement on the crime.
I haven't heard anything. I can't remember hearing anything about that. But
so you're saying there's no hope for Jamaica unless the people wake up and put their ballot.
The people of Jamaica
make intelligent use of their ballot.
Well, the people of Jamaica are going to have to, make up their minds what it is that they want. And hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
I'm hearing it.
Yes, well, the people of Jamaica are going to have to make up their minds.
And make intelligent use of their ballot and ensure all of these developed societies they have a constitution, Mr. Perkins, and that one echo that one.
Yes.
And Jamaica needs one. It don't make no sense you have a bucket that doesn't have no bottom.
Yes.
All you work for is going to spill through the bottom. That bottomless bucket. We
all right, sir.
That constitution.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid I have to leave you now. It's time for the news. We'll be back here in another 20 minutes or so.
Melmac Dental Care specializes in amalgam fillings, composite fillings, root canal therapy, periodontal treatment, dentures, crowns, and bridges. Open every day. Call 929-6704. Melmac Dental Care, 10 to 12 Melmac Avenue. The time by Melmac Dental Care is
12 o'clock.
Midday News is brought to you by RBTT Securities Jamaica Limited. Unlock your potential.
I want top returns on my money, but I don't want sleepless nights worrying if my money is safe.
That's why smart people invest with RBTT Securities. We offer a variety of investment options and experienced advisors to help you maximize your dollar. Plus, RBTT Securities is backed by one of the most respected group of companies in the Caribbean. And we listen to the person who understands your financial goals the most. You. Talk to one of our experienced investment advisors today. Think smart. Think RBTT Securities. Unlock your potential.
News, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Good afternoon, I'm Stacey Ann Smith with Midday News on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. The Mount Salem Police in St. James are investigating a double murder in Rose Heights in the parish last night. 2 men, including a Gleaner vendor, were shot dead by gunmen shortly after 10 o'clock. The police report that 26-year-old cable operator Orette Campbell was transporting 44-year-old Gleaner vendor Raymond Sinclair home when they were shot by the gunmen. Mr. Campbell's mother was among residents who reported hearing the explosions.
So I hear the gunshot start to fire. And I look across here in the back of me, and I saw the young man running up and down and started to level the shot. And there was no son was over there when they shoot up. And when the police come over there and look, they see me in the car lie down full of fear blood. The next passenger.
The mother of one of 2 men shot in Rose Heights, St. James last night. The police say they are yet to determine a motive for the shooting. A 23-year-old man from Central Village, St. Catherine, has been sentenced to life in prison for the February 2004 murder of 35-year-old Gerald Scott. David Lyons, who was convicted by a home circuit court jury after 33 minutes of deliberation, was sentenced by Justice Carol Beswick this morning. He is to serve 20 years in prison before he becomes eligible for parole. The court was told that on February 3, 2004, Mr. Scott was talking to a policeman in Central Village when he was approached by Mr. Lyons, who shot him. It's reported that Mr. Lyons, also called British, was attempting to run away from the scene when the policeman called out to him and then fired a shot hitting him in the leg. Mr. Lyons was hospitalized for 3 weeks and his leg had to be amputated because of the injury sustained during the shooting. The opposition spokesman on health, Dr. Kenneth Bowe, says the Medical Association of Jamaica proposal for a national triage system would be an improvement on what already exists. MAJ President Dr. Alveston Bailey has suggested that the government implement a color-coded card system where doctors would treat children with emergency illnesses at hospitals while those with minor injuries would be referred to health centers. Dr. Bowe believes such a system could be applied to most hospitals.
Triage is something that exists in all hospitals, whereby different hospitals would have a mechanism for sorting patients as they come in. But sometimes the system falls off because it is not properly monitored, not properly maintained, and sometimes there's need for improvement. Dr. Alveston Bailey's color-coded method is a reasonable suggestion as to how triage can be undertaken as a matter of policy in all our hospitals. I have no objection to that. It is an administrative problem that should be addressed, and discussions could be held as to how best to implement it.
Meanwhile, Dr. Bowe says the opposition will be monitoring the impact of the free healthcare regime for children under 18 years, which he has described as unstructured.
It was unplanned and not organized because it was a copy of what the leader of the opposition presented in the House in his budget presentation, where he said that hospital charges had become a serious barrier to healthcare.
The opposition spokesman on health, Dr. Kenneth Bowe. The new healthcare provision, which took effect on Monday, involves all public hospitals, with the exception of the University Hospital of the West Indies. You're listening to Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. It's 5 minutes after 12. The People's National Party will take its campaign activities into sections of Manchester this afternoon. PNP President Portia Simpson-Miller will be leading a tour of South Manchester with the party's candidate, Michael Peart, who will be challenging the JLP's Richard Hector. At 6 o'clock this evening, the party will culminate its tour with a rally in the Mandeville Square in central Manchester. Investment banker Peter Bunting is the PNP's candidate in central Manchester. Mr. Bunting replaces Vando Palmer, who was forced to resign over wife-beating allegations. The investment banker will be challenging first-time candidate Sally Porteous of the JLP in the impending general election. However, Mrs. Porteous, the sitting councillor for the Mandeville division in the JLP-controlled Manchester Parish Council, is said to command a significant level of political support. Next week, Thursday, JLP leader Bruce Golding will lead his own tour of central Manchester to further boost that support. In the 2002 general election, the PNP's central Manchester candidate, John Juna, polled 8,262 votes to the 7,180 votes polled by Norman Horn of the JLP. Mr. Horn, who has since left the JLP to join the PNP, is now running for the South East St. Elizabeth seat. Chairman of the Manchester Parish Council, Desmond Harrison, is expressing surprise at comments made by local government minister Dean Peart regarding irregularities in the disbursement of cheques at the council. In a statement yesterday, Mr. Peart said a recent audit report is indicating that in 2004, works assigned to 9 persons and valued at $432,000 was lodged to only 1 authorized account. Mr. Peart says there were several complaints from persons claiming they were not paid for roadworks done in the John Hall division, which were works which were assigned by the late Councillor Clinton Dietrich. However, Mr. Harrison is dismissing Mr. Peart's statements as baseless.
I told him that from my investigation and the Roads and Works investigation, we have not found any of such. And also, if he had any individual to send those persons to us. To date, we have not seen anybody. As a matter of fact, I thought that this situation was amicably dealt with after my response to Mr. Peart. It only surfaced after the death of Councillor Diedrich.
Mr. Peart says instructions have been given to the Permanent Secretary that under no circumstances should checks be disbursed without proper identification. But Mr. Harrison says proper identification was always a requirement of the Manchester Parish Council.
Letters of authorization was always given by persons who are unable to come in and collect their checks themselves. This is nothing new. This is a practice of the Manchester Parish Council over the years.
Chairman of the Manchester Parish Council, Desmond Harrison. Chairman of the Trinidad and Tobago Cancer Society, TTCS, Dr. George Lacqui, says a new vaccine to treat cervical cancer in women is shortly to be made available in the country. The Cancer Society, along with the University of the West Indies, the Caribbean Epidemiology Centre, and the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, will begin screening women across the Twin Island Republic. The screenings will begin in the next 6 weeks. Dr. Lacqui says the tests are part of the effort to initiate local vaccination against the human papillomavirus, which is known to cause about 70% of the cases of cervical cancer worldwide. A recent PAHO regional health report has indicated that cervical cancer has become the second leading cause of death in women under 65 in Trinidad and Tobago. Cuba has announced plans to establish a medical training facility specifically for Caribbean students. The announcement was made by Foreign Minister Felipe Perez at the 45th meeting of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, OECS, Authority, which concluded in Grenada over the weekend. A communique from the OECS says the institution is to be located in Cuba and will enroll up to 400 students. In addition, 130 scholarships will be offered to OECS nationals outside of medicine for the 2007-2008 academic year. Further afield now, the police in New Zealand are investigating reports that a woman on an oxygen machine died after an energy firm switched off her power supply because of unpaid bills. Fololi Moliaga, a 44-year-old mother of 4, reportedly died within 2 hours of the electricity being switched off at her home in the northern city of Auckland. The power company, Mercury Energy, said it had been aware that any disconnection would put her life at risk. Relatives of Mrs. Moliaga, who was a schoolteacher, says she had been off work since February with a heart and lung condition. Her family claims that she had fallen behind with her energy bills because she was not working. Finally, 4 former Nigerian governors accused of corruption are reportedly on the run from the anti-graft agency after their terms of office expired yesterday. Elected officials in Nigeria enjoy immunity from prosecution while in power. It's reported that the former governors did not hand over power in inauguration ceremonies held across the country. Anti-corruption officials say they want to investigate most of the 36 outgoing governors, but critics say the probes are political. Under Nigeria's federal system, governors enjoy wide-ranging powers. Some control annual budgets of more than $1 billion in Africa's largest oil producer. And those were the stories making midday news on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. The Midday Sports Report is next.
Midday News was brought to you by RBTT Securities Jamaica Limited. Unlock your potential.
I want top returns on my money, but I don't want sleepless nights worrying if my money is safe.
That's why smart people invest with RBTT Securities. We offer a variety of investment options and experienced advisors to help you maximize your dollar. Plus, RBTT Securities is backed by one of the most respected group of companies in the Caribbean. And we listen to the person who understands your financial goals the most. You. Talk to one of our experienced investment advisors today. Think smart. Think RBTT Securities. Unlock your potential.
Sports, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Time now for your midday sports report on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. Jamaica's middle-order batsman Marlon Samuels will join the West Indies squad in England tomorrow for the remainder of the tour. Samuels has been named as the replacement for injured captain Ramnarish Sarwan. His last appearance in Test cricket was against India last year at Sabina Park, June 30 to July 2. Sarwan will arrive in the Caribbean later today to treat his injured right shoulder. West Indies trail England 1-0 in the 4-match series. The team will tackle the MCC in a 3-day tour match starting Friday at Durham. The third test will start next Thursday at Old Trafford. Meanwhile, England all-rounder Andrew Flintoff will miss the remainder of the test series against the West Indies. Officials confirmed earlier today that Flintoff would undergo surgery for his ankle injury. The injury ruled Flintoff out of the first 2 tests. He will have a third operation on the troublesome left ankle that has bothered him for the past 3 years. Football now. The battle for the 2 qualifying places in the 4-team Ray and Nephew National Premier League playoffs will intensify this afternoon. The competition moves into its second round with leaders St. George's United highly fancied to take the first qualifying spot. St. George's on 7 points will play away to third-placed Sporting Central, who are on 4 points at Grandcourt in Clarendon. A victory for St. George's will see the club returning to the Premiership after 2 decades. In the other game, second-placed Granville on 6 points will host Police National at the Sam Sharp Teachers College ground in Montego Bay. Both games are slated to start at 3:30. In French Open action, Russia's Marat Safin lost in the second round in straight sets to Janko Tipsarevic at Roland Garros today. Safin struggled with his own game throughout as he made 5 double faults and 53 unforced errors. Tipsarevic eventually prevailed 6-4, 6-4, 7-5 after 2 hours and 39 minutes. Tommy Robredo, the number 9 seed from Spain, will meet Tipsarevic in round 3 after a comfortable 6-4, 7-5, 6-4 victory over Konstantinos Ekonomidis. In other men's games, 10th seed Thomas Berdych lost in straight sets to Guillermo Garcia Lopez, while 6th seeded Novak Djokovic of Serbia won in straight sets against Santiago Giraldo of Colombia. In the women's singles, number 2 seed Maria Sharapova was made to work for her 6-3, 7-6, 7-4 victory over Emily Lloyd in the first round. And Venus Williams advanced to the third round with a 6-1, 7-6, 10-8 victory over Ashley Harkleroad. Local tennis now. Portmore Missionary Prep blanked Vaz 2-5-0 during yesterday's round of games in the Olivers Decorating Prep School Table Tennis League. As a result of the victory, Portmore Missionary maintains their lead in the standings. The St. Catherine-based school is now on 15 points, 2 ahead of Vaz 1, who beat newcomers Holy Childhood 4-1. The league continues tomorrow with 2 games. Finally, in netball, defending champions Jamalco and Walgrovians will meet in the best-of-3 finals of the Jamaican Netball Association Virgil Paints Super League. The teams advanced after semi-final wins at the Leela Robinson courts last night. Jamalco defeated Tivoli A 56-41, while Walgrovians beat Windalco 51-33. The first game of the best-of-3 finals will serve off tomorrow. And that's your midday sports report on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. The midday weather report is next.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon is brought to you by Carvy's Souvenir Discount Centre and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican, and Carvy's Discount Centre, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
The National Meteorological Service is reporting that there is a low to mid-level trough across the Central Caribbean. On the local weather scene this afternoon, expect scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms across the island. Tonight is expected to be partly cloudy. For the next 3 days, look for partly cloudy conditions with scattered showers and thunderstorms, mainly during the afternoons. And that's your midday weather report from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon was brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Centre and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican. And Carby's Discount Centre, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
And now to end midday news on Power 106, a recap of the main stories. A Gleaner vendor was one of 2 persons shot dead by gunmen in Rose Heights, St. James last night. Chairman of the Manchester Parish Council expressing surprise at comments by the local government minister regarding alleged irregularities at the council. The opposition supports Medical Association of Jamaica proposal for national triage system at hospitals. From the region, Cuba announces plans to establish a medical training facility specifically for Caribbean students. On the international scene, the police in New Zealand are investigating reports that a woman on an oxygen machine died after an energy firm switched off her power supply because of unpaid bills. And in sports, Jamaica's mid-order batsman Marlon Samuels to join the West Indies squad in England tomorrow for the remainder of the tour. And that's midday news, sports and weather on Power 106 FM. Your next newscast will be headline news at 3. From the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre, I'm Stacey Ann Smith.
Everything you think you know about pickup trucks. Mitsubishi Motors introduces the all-new, totally redesigned L200 pickup. Forward-thinking style and a tradition of rugged performance in a range of 4-wheel drive, 2-wheel drive, double and single cab models. The all-new Mitsubishi L200 and L200 Sportero. Available now at Motor Sales. The L200 excitement unleashed.
New car from cable and wireless. You get more talk time and it wireless. I want your name just talk. Cable and wireless card. Use it a yard and guard. Local and international. Make us say to the UK, Canada, US. Then from US, Canada, UK back to yard. Just talk. Them a go hard. Just talk. Cable and wireless card. Use it a yard and guard. Local and international. Make us straight to the UK, Canada, US. Then from US, Canada, UK back to yard. Just talk. Them a go hard. Get one, get with it. Once you're in it, you win it. New cable and wireless card, it name just talk. So go get one, conditions apply. Testing monthly, use it for any phone and every phone. Sound it.
Power 106.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. And more murders in the news. It's becoming a very frightening thing to turn on the news in Jamaica these days, you know. You're almost certain to hear about some new horrible murder or some terrible road accident, such as there was yesterday on the Washington Boulevard. But more and more, I mean, one notices it on the road, people driving, you know, without regard for law or regulation. You know, they just do as they please. And not just the drivers, the pedestrians too. Hello?
Robertson here, Mr. Perkins. How are you?
Not too bad, thank you. How are you?
Mr. Perkins, the line is not that good.
Yes.
I'm not hearing as clearly.
Uh-huh.
I have to share this with you, and I did listen to you speaking about the murders and what was taking place.
Yeah.
And only on a quick on that one. Last night...
Is this Mr. James Robertson?
Member of Parliament Robertson, yes?
Yes. Uh-huh.
How are you, sir?
Not too bad, thank you. You?
I am a little angry, a little annoyed, a little frustrated, but I will get over all of those things.
Let's hope so.
Let me, you know, the one about the 4 murders.
Yes.
I stopped last night with a grandmother of a 17-year-old that was a victim of a drive-by shooting in Poor Man's Corner recently.
Uh-huh.
And my counselor was with us, or the counselor for the area, and a number of us.
Uh-huh.
And I can tell you, the killing, the murders is having a huge effect. It is destroying our country.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know if the people don't understand that this is the unemployment, it's the failure of our economy, it's a number of things. But I don't see people who are properly employed having murder rates in countries as we are having.
No.
Or, you know, and the denial that the failure of our economy and the failure of our governance and the failure of our legal system has nothing to do with it is the most dishonest.
It's rubbish.
It is the most dishonest.
Yes.
I'm not saying murders are not taking place in the European countries that are almost having zero unemployment rate.
Not at the level that
but
they
not at this level.
Right?
Anyway, we will have to...
in such one of those countries, murder is often the result of extreme provocation. Here in Jamaica, it is more often the result of the slightest provocation, indeed something that you wouldn't regard as provocation. You know.
You're very correct. Anyway, Mr. Perkins, I called to share this one with you. I feel like those individuals who we heard about or read about in 1989, 1990, when you had the furniture scandal.
Oh, yes.
Who signed documents and claimed they didn't know what they were signing. I feel like that. I am guilty of it, and I have to bare my soul and ask forgiveness. I might have to go and fast and pray. Listen to this one. On the 11th of April, I went to Jamaica House, where I was invited to witness the signing of the Yallows Bridge, the bridge for the Yallows fording.
Yes.
I signed. I had a document in front of me. There were about 30 copies. Forgive me if it's only 10. There are many copies. Enough copies for about 20 of us to sign, and the cameras to take pictures, and all the trotting out with right seating positions and everybody was positioned well, nicely dressed. The lighting was adjusted for these pictures to be taken and the cameras to do their job and their trick. We signed, I witnessed, along with the Prime Minister, the signing of these contracts with with the different companies.
Yes.
And agencies and ministers, and the Prime Minister signed too. When I was about to get up, Bobby Pickersgill, the minister, looked at me and said, Member of Parliament Robertson, at this time you can't get a copy of what you just signed.
I beg your pardon?
Do you have a problem understanding?
Well, I can't see why, with all those copies available. You're being asked to sign a document that you can't get a copy of?
That took place on the 11th of April. I didn't want to create a second scene because an hour before I had already created one.
Yes.
But that was not important. The first scene is not important. I said to Mr. Pickersgill, why can I not get a copy? So I have no proof as I sit here now in my office that what I signed has been changed or not changed, or if there was any document or contract inside that document.
There were several pages to the document?
Several.
And you
I never
just signed
initialed each page.
You just signed one page?
One page.
Well.
Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you?
Yes.
I wrote him on April 25th. 2 weeks later, please provide me with a copy of the contract witnessed by Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller and myself. You know, it's a proper heading, Riala's contract with Phil.
Uh-huh.
I was told I could not. I wrote him. April 25th. I have proof that I wrote him.
Uh-huh.
Because this morning I sit in my office and the first piece of mail I answer or open tells me, with reference to your letter dated April 25th, so in case I didn't write him asking him for it. And he does not deny or correct me that I was told I couldn't get one or I had gotten one.
Yes.
So my letter of April 25th is correct with the facts. He's telling me now, or a lady's writing me back. He doesn't write me back.
Hold on just a moment.
My mother said, he going pass my exam because me am brain poor. Mother's poor patty make me strong so me can learn at school. But teacher say me chat too much.
The time by Mother's Power Patchy is
12:30. All right, we're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. And you don't have to pay your fees up front.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
Blah, 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 blah. Hey, what's all the blah, blah, blah?
Pay only $3 a minute after 3 minutes with Digicel.
After 3?
Yeah, pay only $3 per minute after 3 minutes with Digicel, even when you're calling overseas. $3 after 3 from your Digicel to the USA, Canada, and the Caribbean. Or call another Digicel and even a landline.
$3 after 3. Even to call foreign?
Yep, so now you're going to be hearing a lot more.
Blah, 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 blah.
Promotion runs from May 25 to July 1, 2007.
See the press for details. Digicel. Expect more, get more.
Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you, Mr.
James Robertson here.
James Robertson.
Anyway, so I got April 11th, I witnessed, along with the Prime Minister, a document or a piece of paper You don't have the time to read it. It's not provided to you before, but you witness it. Because you're doing, the Prime Minister, officer of the Prime Minister, the government who enters into a contract. So you're just witnessing to say that so it's not a problem. You don't get a copy of it to go home, to read, so that you can explain to the people of St. Thomas that what they saw you signing on TV is to begin in 60 days or 90 days. It's to take 4 years or 5 years to be completed. It's their taxpayers' money, who is our taxpayers' money, all Jamaicans, who is going to pay for the bridge. So you're not in a position to explain, to make representation further. You're in the dark. I waited 2 weeks and I wrote him. I am now being written back to be told that even though my signature as a member of parliament is on a document, a contract, I must fill out 3 pages of access to, it's just a stalling tactic now, you know. I must fill out 3 pages of a document, access to information, and that my application will be treated in accordance with the Information Act. You don't understand how morally corrupt these people are.
But Mr. Robertson,
well, it's my fault, you know, because I should have walked out with one in my hand.
yes, but all that you
So I accept that. I don't want to be told that.
all that you did was witnessed the signing of
A contract.
of that page.
That's correct.
Right. You didn't see what was in the document.
But then I read 2 weeks later in the Observer that there were questions to Bobby Pickersgill, whether the contract was tendered, not tendered, how it was being financed, a number of questions, which he took 3 pages later to answer, but leaving us still a lot unanswered. Let me tell you something, man. These people take us for fools. After 18 years, they have a level of arrogance about them that is, believe me, beyond us. I am writing, or I've written, my bearer is now delivering it, requesting a copy of that document from the Prime Minister. And I wonder if she's going to answer me back, tell me about Information Act. The people of St. Thomas were promised. She instructed Bobby Pickersgill to go to St. Thomas and have a forum with the people, explaining to them. Up to now, I have heard nothing of it, about the bridge to be built.
Yes.
These people are not ordinary, you know. They have turned into some of the most corrupt
I don't know that is
monsters.
anything. I don't know that is anything to worry about, because you have no responsibility for what is in the document.
That is true, but I have a responsibility to the people of St.
You
Thomas.
merely participated in a ceremonial signing, right? And witnessed that the persons who put the signature there, right?
That's
were the
correct.
persons whose signature.
No, I have no liability, you know, I understand that. But I have a responsibility. The people of St. Thomas didn't vote for me to witness documents like this or contracts and then not be able to answer their questions. I must be able to answer to them. I'm answerable to them. So when young men said to me, "So Mr. Robertson, we see you sign it. When is it going to be started?" Well, I can say to them, I was told the document says, or I didn't read it for myself, it is to begin within 60 days of signing, which would be June 11th to June 9th. Give and take. June 9th is a Saturday, so let us say the 8th or the 12th. I can say that to them. Outside of that, but I don't read it for myself. You can't represent people that way.
Well,
you
so-
cannot treat people that way. If you see the condition of the fording that people are traveling over this morning, I crossed it last night late, to work, to school, believe me, it is frightening. You have some potholes in it that the small cars are sticking as they try to go over hump to hump.
Yes. Oh boy. And what is it that is being constructed? A footbridge or
No.
a driving bridge?
Proper driving bridge to last 100 years plus is being constructed. I have no doubt. I'm not questioning that. But what I'm questioning is, why did we sign it almost 2 months ago Why is it we can't get a copy of it? And if it was just for the politics, because you thought you were going to call an election in this period and then it would be impossible for you to campaign to the people of the East. PNP, JLP, or no P.
Mm-hmm.
I genuinely believe it is politics. Because
I don't know. If the bridge is not started, you were told 60 days. 60 days is coming up in another few days.
Correct.
So if it doesn't start by the 9th or the 11th, whenever, you have an argument, you have a case.
For possibly a breach of contract, but who knows?
Eh?
Yes, correct. Now, what is even worse is that we have had some heavy rainfall, and if you travel that road, you would realize that to go out there now and start a project like that going into the rainy season is a cost to the taxpayers or to the project. That it would be hard for you and I to understand how severe a cost it would be, or higher cost. We have concerns. We don't believe we're being treated fairly or honestly in the East. And I'm saying to you now, I'll give you another example. I was hoping that the Prime Minister would travel east and see the conditions of the roads when she was going to the Labour Day project. She flew in a helicopter back and forward. If she had seen the conditions of the roads...
Tell me something. What helicopter is this?
I did not witness the helicopter. I only know for sure. Because the people said she didn't travel by road. They were looking out for her and watching to see how she would handle the potholes and the 3 fordings that you have to travel before you even reach Yallas. The boys were on the road, the ladies were on the road. They wanted to see what she thought of the potholes when she was being bounced around in them.
But Mr. Robertson, you don't think that you, as the member of Parliament, you should raise this issue in Parliament?
I did so.
About the helicopter?
Oh, about the helicopter?
Uh-huh.
No, well, I am one of those who believe that the Prime Minister should have a serious schedule of events such as Labour Day that she must attend to, such as the renaming of the Housing Trust building to the Michael Manley building. She has a tight schedule, and I have no problem. But at some point, the reality that the people on the ground face, she should be aware of it.
No, but I gather that the helicopter is taking her to political meetings and so on.
Mr. Perkins, I don't know of that. But
well,
you
so
have
I'm
that
told.
Information?
No, I don't know whether it is a government helicopter or a private helicopter. But it seems to me that should be clarified.
Well, listen, if she is traveling and using it for campaign purposes, she needs to check herself.
Well, it depends. It depends on whether she's paying for that helicopter out of her, her credit card.
Listen, don't bother going that credit card business, because I went into Parliament and I took a credit card out and looked at it in front of her and she started to get angry.
Oh, is that so?
I only took it out my wallet to see if whose signature was on it, whether it was my wife's signature or my signature.
Yes.
And she started to get red and angry and annoyed. You see, Mr. Perkins, I take serious things, and yes, we will laugh about it. But I'm saying to you now, we have some conditions in rural Jamaica that the Prime Minister should speak to. I said in Era Council last week, Sunday in Eastern St. Thomas, Port Morant, why is it that we cannot hear, when I turn on my TV with my 10-year-old and my 12-year-old daughter to watch the news, we see the Prime Minister on it. We don't see her speaking to one single issue. All we hear about is her ranting and raging and running up and down the platform. We want, believe me, the children of Jamaica, the youth of Jamaica, the people of Jamaica want to hear the Prime Minister campaign to the issues.
Do they?
Oh, there's a lot of people who do. Come on, Mr. Perkins.
Well, I don't know. I wonder.
Come on. When I sit down and have the time that I can watch the 7 o'clock and the 8 o'clock news and the repeats in the evening or whenever I can watch them, I want to see that her speak to the issues. The level of rural neglect that we face in the East is phenomenal. We're touring Portland with Daryl Vaz on Saturday. And I'm dreading putting my vehicle on those roads in Portland. Because I know the potholes.
Clearly what you need is a helicopter.
Mr. Perkins, even if we had one, and we will get one.
Uh-huh. But you tell me you also have a credit card, so...
the helicopter bill can be put on it possibly, if we can cover it.
Eh?
If the credit card has enough room on it, we can put the bill on it.
Yes.
And charge a helicopter fare, and there would be nothing wrong with that.
I see.
You see, Mr. Perkins, I have a vision for Jamaica and for all mankind to come out of poverty. I don't celebrate poverty and laud poverty. We must be able to uplift people and move away from this poor state. There's no reason why all of us shouldn't be able to have the ability to afford traveling by helicopter and any other means we see fit, as long as we work for it and we earn it. Now, if the Prime Minister is campaigning, which is your issue, using the JDF helicopter,
I don't know, sir.
Government helicopter. No,
I
that's
don't know. I'm asking.
Issue. And now
I'm asking for it to be clarified.
Now that you have raised it, we will look at it.
Uh-huh.
I haven't said anything about it, you know. But I will tell you, when the Prime Minister went to Bath, every government agency found thousands of dollars. A number of government agencies found hundreds of thousands of dollars to build a crowd for her. A coaster bus from Kingston out there with individuals put in T-shirts and uniforms. It's not petty change. I am going to say to you, now that you have raised it, at least $6 million was spent just to create an audience and the right atmosphere for the Prime Minister in Bath, St. Thomas.
Oh, is that so?
I am saying it to you because I counted the vehicles.
Hold on just a moment.
Attention NHD contributors in St. Catherine. Your NHD St. Catherine branch is now at its new offices, Twickenham, near the Hussey Marty School. Remember, your NHD office is now at a new location, Twickenham, St. Catherine. The phone numbers remain the same. The time by the National Housing Trust is
12:45.
Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart. Don't settle for high prices and limited variety. Megamart has a wide selection of groceries, freshly baked goods, household items and appliances, furniture, clothing, and much more. You can also dine in or out at our food court and fill your prescription at our pharmacy while you shop. We're open 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart, Portmore and Kingston. Megamart, the best value by far.
Hey, Red! Rodeo is a-coming.
Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome, Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
Every day is a miracle to me.
Hi, I'm Denise, and I've got HIV. You know what makes me keep taking my ARV medicine? My children. I want to be here for them. I have to make sure I take my medication on time, every time. Another reason, just feeling like this, healthy and fit and looking good, it's great.
ARVs for life. Right on time, every time. Call 1-888-991-4444 to find out more.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you, Mr. Robertson.
Yes, Mr. Perkins. Well, I am having to head out into rural Jamaica to continue our campaign.
Okay, sir.
My campaign. But I will say this to you. I want a copy of the contract. I'm going to fill out this document, and I want to see how the Prime Minister answers my letter, and I'll get back in touch with you.
Okay, sir.
2, the use of government resources and taxpayers' resources for a campaign is a serious matter, which I now see happening. The other thing I will say to you...
You see that happening?
Yes, I see evidence of it.
Where, sir?
I'm not going there with you. You have already posed a question. If the use of the JDF helicopter...
Well, I don't know. I didn't say
question.
JDF. I just wanted to know whether it was a government helicopter or a private helicopter.
Okay, that's 2. I will say to you, I want to see the Prime Minister of my country, even if it's for a week longer, whenever she goes anywhere, when we turn on, speak to the issues. If you're in rural Jamaica, speak to the concerns of the people of agriculture, rural neglect, the failure of infrastructure to maintain, the breakdown of the structures out there, the communities out there in rural Jamaica. I also want to know, and I ask her, if she wants to be Prime Minister, tell us why her constituency looks the way it looks. I can tell you, they built a basketball all-purpose court in her constituency, and within 3 months, it was abandoned with old cars on it.
Oh, why?
You would have to ask the Prime Minister. You notice she answers no questions anywhere at any time.
Oh, because they don't play basketball there then?
Or netball.
Netball.
When I passed that court, it is a disgrace. If we had been given that court in St. Thomas or Portland or anywhere, you'd have seen how pretty, how we sweep it every day, and the children would play on it.
Yes,
and
sir,
develop themselves.
But the people down there, sir, they love Sister P. They don't love basketball.
I don't know if they love her out of free will.
I'm being told that they use the court.
Really?
Yes.
You believe me, I'm going to go look at it right now and take a picture
Yes,
of it.
sir, I'm told that they
pass it morning, noon, and night, because I have to pass it to go to work. It's a disgrace.
You know, they love Sister P, and they don't need to. They don't necessarily love basketball. You know,
Mr. Perkins, what hurts me, if you understand that in 2004, approximately 1,000 residents were using some sewage ponds, which got washed away. They have not been repaired, rebuilt.
Where is this?
This is in Yallas, Poor Man's Corner. And though the sewage is going straight into the river, straight into the Caribbean Sea.
Oh, my God.
For approximately 1,000 residents. I said homes. 1,000 residents. Straight into the river, straight into the sea.
You know, Mr. Robertson, what I don't understand.
2004, 5, 6, 7,
yes.
3 years
How
now.
can we be a country heavily dependent upon tourism, inviting people here to come and enjoy our sunshine and our wonderful beaches, and at the same time be pumping sewage or allowing sewage to flow into the sea around us, polluting the waters that we're inviting people to come and swim in?
You can't comprehend that. There's no answer for that.
Well, I don't know, sir. If people are allowing it to happen.
Who is the Minister of Housing?
Eh?
Who is the Minister of Housing?
Housing.
The Super Minister.
You mean
Chairman of the People's National Party
yes,
for Life.
Yes. We always
man
think.
in charge of road that I'm asking for the contract. Well, I would love him to come to Poor Man's Corner and look at what is happening there in proper housing developments, government housing schemes. Poor Man's Corner phase 1, 2, and 3, and now they're building another 140 homes further up, which will soon be ready.
I see.
Feeding in, that one is having a sewage system put in, the 140 homes. But the rest of them are linked into sewage ponds that disappear to the sea.
All right, so well, I gather the Prime Minister is on her way to Switzerland, or?
For how long?
Well, I don't know. I heard an item of news or something on the radio this morning.
Is that the IOL or IO? What is
suggesting that she's going off to Switzerland?
Well, we heard that was happening, and so we wondered why.
Well, I don't know when she's leaving.
It's an ILO conference, I believe.
Is that so?
I'm not sure. Check it, and I'm going to check it now, because that means my letter is going to will be unopened and unanswered.
I see.
And
but at any rate, I don't know how long she's going to be, but I take it that she'll give you an answer when she gets back.
Well, the people of St. Thomas are going to answer her very soon.
All right, sir.
Thank you
very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello?
Mr. Perkins?
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
How are you doing today?
Not too bad.
Yes, I was calling about, I heard...
would you keep your voice up for me?
Okay, can you hear me better?
A little better. Okay. Can you go up any more?
Yes, how about now?
Ah, that's it.
Okay, yes. I heard one of your callers called in earlier about the RGD.
Yes.
Okay. Has anybody ever tried to do a class action suit against the RGD?
Against the RGD?
Yes. I mean, can people group up together? I mean, I know they mentioned many a time that they can't afford a lawyer.
Well, I don't know that a class action suit would be what is required, because each individual would be, a different transaction. But I gather, there's a lawyer in Montego Bay, a lady as it happens, who has brought some suits against the RGD, I gather, and got prompt action out of them as a result.
But
she spoke to me on this program about it some time ago. Can't remember the details, but
I mean, if it's more than one person I keep hearing call and mention about that, why not group together with most of the people who have the same problem and try to get a lawyer? I mean, if one person can't afford it, then I'm sure probably 5 or 10 people who have the same problem.
Yes.
Might be able.
Well, I don't know. 5 or 10 people could get together, hire a lawyer, and have him file 10 suits.
If that's the case, but sometimes they need to not just.
But then I suppose the cost of that will be. I don't know, sir. It's a difficulty that people suffer in this country. You see, the access to justice is not a smooth one, an easy one.
Okay, so it's harder to get justice.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Okay.
And beyond the resources of many people in this country. That's why they're sort of spat upon in the way they are.
So the only means is just to call the talk show program. So the only means is just to call.
Well, I don't think that is the only means. I think that what is happening is that people in this country have been prepared to put up with a lot of indignity imposed upon them. Right? They accept it. And when election comes around, they are given somebody, or the appeal is made to the charisma of the leader, and maybe a little something is dropped here and there, and they vote the way they want them to vote, and they go back in for another 5 years, and treat the people as they continue to treat with indignity, and people accept it.
But then that wouldn't be the leader's fault. That's the people's fault. That wouldn't be the leader's fault. That's the people's fault if they don't demand.
It is the people's fault. Yes.
Yeah, if they don't demand proper representation,
yes,
they're not going to get it.
Absolutely. And I mean, I don't know. Something is wrong with Jamaica's people. There are some groups in this country that are concerned about the human rights of the Jamaican people being abused. Right? Jamaicans for Justice, Families Against State Terrorism, the Jamaica Council of Human Rights, the Farquharson Institute, people like these. There are not many people. There are not many people involved in these institutions, right? Not many.
Yeah.
And if they were to call a demonstration in halfway through or New Kingston or somewhere, I doubt whether they'd have 200 people supporting them, right? And a lot of people, a lot of the very kinds of people in this country who are most susceptible to the abuse of their rights refer to people like these as criminal rights activists, right? And say how they are opposed to the police treating people in this, that, the other way, right? Because they are concerned about the criminal. And when the criminal is shot by the police, you hear a ruckus. But what about when the police is shot by the criminal, right? And all this kind of thing. These are the very people who stand to be abused.
So then when it happens to them, they shouldn't complain.
Eh?
When it happens to them, they shouldn't complain.
Oh, when they happen to them, they feel it, man, and they know what is going on, and they raise hell and whatever. But when it happens to somebody else, they don't recognize that it in any way concerns them.
But you know the saying that says prevention is better than cure.
Absolutely.
Isn't that the best way to go?
Yes.
You prevent certain things from happening.
Yes, and
when it happens, it doesn't cost.
The intelligent man would want to stop something like this, well, beyond his neighbor's door, if possible, right? And well before it comes to his. But people don't understand this in this country. Hold on just a moment for me.
Retailers, Advanced Business Solutions is the solution to all your business needs, including point of sales, store fixtures, and display products. Call 906-9965. The time by Advanced Business Solutions is
1 o'clock.
Blah, 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 blah. Hey, what's all the blah, blah, blah?
Pay only $3 a minute after 3 minutes with Digicel.
After 3?
Yeah, pay only $3 per minute after 3 minutes with Digicel, even when you're calling overseas. $3 after 3 from your Digicel to the USA, Canada, and the Caribbean. Or call another Digicel and even a landline.
$3 after 3.
Even to call foreign?
Yep, so now you're going to be hearing a lot more.
Promotion runs from May 25 to July 1, 2007.
See the press for details. Digicel. Expect more, get more.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back here.
Yes, Mr. Perkins. Yeah, I also wanted to know.
I beg your pardon?
Yes, I also wanted to know, what's the purpose of, I guess, the JLP wearing the green shirt?
No, would you speak up for me?
Okay, how about now? Yes, what's the purpose of the JLP wearing the green shirt and the PNP? Is it orange?
I don't know. These are just traditions associated with the two parties, sir. You know, it's a sort of badge of party membership or party support or whatever.
But shouldn't they, I think they should get rid of that sort of style. I mean,
I beg your pardon?
I mean, I don't see any purpose in that.
Well, I wouldn't regard it as of great importance, but the fact of the matter is if people want to do this, what's wrong with it?
Well, the only reason why I'm saying that, because you were mentioning the other day about some campaign I think the Prime Minister was doing.
Eh?
You're mentioning, I think last week, where you said the Prime Minister was campaigning somewhere in St. Andrew.
Uh-huh.
And there was a claim that somebody in a green shirt or something like that started, I don't remember if they were burning a flag or I can't remember the exact thing.
A banner or something.
Yes, and, but it seems as if every time you hear something like that, it's always mentioned and compared to the color of somebody's shirt.
Compared to the what?
Some form of vandalism happened. It's always been saying that somebody's wearing green shirt or orange shirt or whatever the case may be.
Uh-huh.
So somehow those shirts seem to have some form of symbol.
Yes, it's supporters of the Labour Party wear green shirts on these party occasions. Mm-hmm. Supporters of the other party wear orange, or nowadays yellow has been introduced as Sister Peace personal color. There's an element of silliness to it, but I wouldn't I wouldn't say that people should not wear yellow shirts or pink shirts or whatever if they feel like it.
No, there's no problem with people wearing whatever color. But it's just that, if somebody is a PNP supporter and happen to wear a green shirt just to cause some chaos, or the other way around, then probably those color shirts should not be associated with a party.
Yes, but then what that requires is not that people don't wear green shirts, but that people think. If I want to give the impression that the PNP is doing something criminal, all I have to do is dress up in a shirt of their color, and go and burn, set fire to some building or whatever, and you'll hear that it was a PNP man that did it. But part of the problem with that is that the media in this country are not providing the kind of leadership that they should, insofar as thinking problems out of concern, right? What they should say, all right, fine, a man burnt it in a green shirt, but don't go on to suggest that means that it was a Labour Party man. Doesn't mean anything of the sort.
Oh, so that's more on the media, not necessarily. So
people need to think, but the media need to help them along the way, Mm-hmm. Don't say green shirt and in any way imply that meant Labour, or orange shirt and in any way imply that meant PNP. I can put on any color shirt I want.
Well, that's true.
Yes.
But that's the only reason why I'm saying that, that maybe they should get rid of this thing associated with the party, because...
Well, I don't know if they want to get rid of it, but if they don't, I really see nothing too wrong about it.
Wrong with that. One final thing, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
On the issue of the free health care, free medical care.
I'm fighting to hear you. What is it?
Yes, the free medical care that was mentioned lately. No, that is somehow turned into a party issue again, too. Why is it that the opposition and the government can't come together and make that a national issue that, hey, you deserve free health care and free education? Why does that have to be a PNP or a GOP idea?
I'm a little skeptical about this idea of the opposition and the government coming together. We have in this country a political system with two parties, right? One in the opposition, the other in the government.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the party in opposition is an alternative government, right? It is supposed to be out there renewing itself and preparing to take up the reins of government whenever the people shall determine. And the governing party is there in government, trying to run the affairs of the country, in the process perhaps exhausting itself. And when the time comes that the people shall call for a change, they will then go out into opposition and renew itself, or the party will renew itself and ready itself to take over the reins of government at some point in the future. Right? Now, I'm not sure to what extent it is desirable for opposition and government to come together so that the opposition they come together to agree upon some policy, which the opposition will then share the responsibility for. Although it hasn't really got any power to determine the policy and how the policy is executed. Right?
Well, that would be a different matter. I mean, they can agree on something, but I mean, they're not...
No, let the government govern, man.
Yeah.
Right? They're the ones who are they're in the position of government. They must govern and take responsibility for the manner in which they govern. Right? I don't think the opposition is there to share the responsibility with them, although it hasn't really got the power to determine the outcome of any discussion of policy.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, well, nice talking to you, Mr. Perkins.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello, yes?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, hello?
Yes,
Hello?
I'm listening.
Hello?
Yes?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Perkins. No, sir. I have got a burning issue, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
Right? And this issue, sir, is that we have 4 cesspools down by there, right?
4 what?
Newborns.
You have 4 what?
4 cesspools.
Cesspools?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
And newborns there.
Uh-huh.
And Mr. Perkins, all the time these pools want to clean. They always been cleaning. No, sir. We have gone to the Water Commission and asking them about cleaning because a long time they don't clean. Now, the only thing that they have told us is that the government said they don't have no money.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, sir. The government said they don't have the money. No,
Oh,
Mr. Perkins.
Lord.
We have our
Poor
little
government.
goats. We have our children to try little goat a man time for them to go to school. Some of them, they hardly can go to school. They hardly can go to school, Mr. Perkins. The place need the thing need to clean. Children and big people, they're going to appear, pure germs that will take them up. Pure germs.
Yes, Mama.
No, you want to tell me now, Mr. Perkins, a thing like sex pool that want to clean at certain time must clean, and it always clean. And now the government who's supposed to let the Water Commission get the money to clean it, now they are telling us that the government said they don't have no money.
But you're not sorry for the poor government, Mom?
What are we to do, Mr. Perkins?
You're not sorry for the poor government?
Jesus Christ, no, but the Prime Minister said she is for the poor.
Yes.
She says for the poor, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, but
so what is she doing?
The government is poor, Mom.
Jesus have
It
mercy.
hasn't got the money.
No, I hear somebody call to you and telling you about the Prime Minister constituency how it stay. No, you want to tell me. Me want to know, Mr. Perkins. Jamaica people have sense or they not nonsense? They have sense, Mr. Perkins?
Well, I should have hoped so. Why?
Under nastiness,
Eh?
right? 18 years, we are living under nastiness. And you want to tell me now, Jamaican people, they are going to really sit down and give an next 5-year term?
Well,
So you tell me this now, how this going to look?
that depends on whether they like what is going on. Maybe they want.
But some of them...
Maybe they want some more of it.
No, Mr. Perkins. You know, a disgrace in Jamaica, you know. Disgrace in Jamaica. Because it's come like, say, most of us, it come like we dumb, blind or something. We can't, we don't understand. Now they are going around and give you some $2. Give who they can give some $2 and tell him, say, yes.
How you know that, Mom? Have you been offered any?
Sir?
Have you been offered any?
You mean me? Me?
Yes.
Me can't get none.
Eh?
Me can't get none.
Why?
No, sir. No.
But you don't want to get some money?
A lady like me cannot get $2 because I don't worth $2.
Well, I gather that some people get more than that.
Lord have mercy. Anyway, Mr. Perkins.
Nobody not getting $2 now, Mom.
Mr. Perkins.
You're talking about 2,000.
3/4 only want $2 and get some flour and some tin boom.
Uh-huh.
That's all they want. You don't want more. You understand? So we are only waiting to see what is going to happen to us in newborns. We are talking about newborns now. What are we going to do, Mr. Perkins?
Well, I tell you something, Mom. You better pray you don't get a hurricane. Or some really heavy rains.
This is exactly what is coming down on us now, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
This is what is coming down on us. And us right now.
We'll be in the hurricane season another day also.
Lord Jesus have mercy. So we want to know, Mr. Perkins, nobody can call to what happened, nobody can talk to, nobody concerned the government. We are poor people, we can't talk to them. So me just call you to make you know what is going on. We are under pressure.
Well, I see they're getting a loan of $1 billion.
To do what, sir?
I suspect that it has something to do with stuff like that.
Any money collecting now, Mr. Perkins, is election money.
Election money?
Election money. Election to get taxes and get big bus and get big everything. All who never drive yet, them are going to drive, Them are going to drive for election. Because you get all the taxes around.
Uh-huh.
You understand, for run election?
Well.
So we must stand to the suffering.
I don't think that money will be to run election in that sense.
What do you think it is for, Mr. Perkins?
But if you have cesspools and so on, they will probably spend some of it fixing them.
No, the government say don't have the money. We went to water.
No, they just got a loan, man.
Sir?
They got a loan of over $1 billion.
Lord have mercy. But are you go to the water commission begging them to clean it? They would come and clean it, Mr. Perkins. Don't forget. They would come and clean. But the government said they don't have the money to clean.
They don't have the money.
God, Jesus.
Well, I'll bet you something.
Yes.
You want to bet?
Yes.
I bet you that they come and fix it before the election.
Oh, Lord, every little thing going on. But if they decide to come and clean, Mr. Perkins, they would not say they don't have the money. They wouldn't say they don't have the money.
The water commission is telling you.
Every little work he's been doing right now. You know that?
Yes.
But I mean, the cesspool, they should never say they don't have the money. Come clean it.
Well, it depends on when the election is, you see.
Oh.
I mean, if they're waiting until down in October, November, well, you might have to wait a bit. But if...
But all the children, the animal, them take them dead off now, and the children, them are dead too.
Uh-huh.
Them are dead. So children and animals dead quick before big people.
Yes.
Because there are certain things that they can't take.
All right, Mama, hope it doesn't go that way.
Well, let us pray, Mr. Perkins.
All right. All the best to you.
Quality, affordable gypsum board, green board, Duroc board, steel stud, and more. Value for your money. Available at All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited. The time by the #1 construction supply store, All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited, 960-7381 is
116.
At first, I thought I was seeing doubles.
I thought I was tasting doubles.
The size is amazing.
The taste is amazing.
The double zinger is back, even bigger than before.
And even more flavorful.
Yes, the hot and spicy double zinger is back and now available in spicy barbecue. Amazing size, amazing flavor. The spicy barbecue double zinger. The double zinger sandwich. About take some heating. KFC, it's finger-licking good. All right, we're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. And you don't have to pay your fees up front.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-546-5106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back online. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Perkins?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I've been hearing talks about the helicopter that the Prime Minister used to go campaigning in.
Uh-huh.
I saw it on TV. I didn't see any insignia on it.
Uh-huh.
That said JDF or anything.
Yes.
But the color is definitely olive drab.
Olive.
Olive drab.
Uh-huh.
Which is the color the army use.
Yes.
You know? So that is one thing. And about the Lady Justice who went to the hotel and get embarrassed.
Yes.
Her boss, I haven't heard a thing about him, from him about it, the matter.
The Chief Justice?
Yes.
Not a word out of him?
It's either he come to defend, you know, his,
Well, I don't know, sir. He's, I suppose, keeping his mouth shut. He's leaving,
no, but
he's leaving office on the, when is it, the 17th?
Yes, but he's her boss, you know, so he should come out either for her or against her.
Well.
You know?
But, another curious thing. You heard the Attorney General, attacking her.
Yes.
Have you heard a word out of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice on the subject of the Roy Anderson issue?
Well, I'm still...
And the Solicitor General. The Solicitor General works in his office, right? Or out of his office, right?
Yes.
Have you heard a word out of this Minister of Justice?
Yes, but you remember...
On this issue?
Yes, but you remember in school, you know, you used to see signs all over.
Uh-huh.
Silence is golden. So, take a cue from that.
Well, is that what is causing it?
Yes.
But you don't think that he has a responsibility to the people of Jamaica to say something about it?
Definitely. Yeah, and on the, you were saying that the people who live in these constituencies, they have to vote one way.
Uh-huh.
Well, check and see the houses they live in. If any of them have any titles to it.
Yes.
You know, if they do anything out of the line, you know, out they go.
I see.
Go find a cardboard box at Fairmont House, you know.
Uh-huh.
So that is what some of these things that they hold against these people.
Uh-huh.
You know. Once you step out of line, you're gone.
You're gone.
So you have to vote one way and do one thing all the time.
Well, I don't know. I hear Mr. Danville Walker talking about, you know, making changes to ensure that the voter votes in privacy, that nobody has access to how he votes.
Yeah, we shall see.
Huh?
We shall see.
We shall see.
Yes. That's all I have to say, okay?
Easy to talk, a lot harder to do.
Yes, yes.
Uh-huh.
All right.
All right, sir.
Good.
Thank you very much. Hello? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I want to raise two quick points with you, but I'm calling from Northwest in St. Ann.
Northwest?
Northwest, yeah, that's...
Northwest what?
St. Ann.
Oh, St. Ann?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
I'm a area named Bamboo. That's about 15-minute drive from St. Ann's Bay.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins, this constituency will be represented by
15 minutes, sir?
Hello?
15 minutes drive from St. Ann's Bay?
Yes, it's about 15-minute drive from St. Ann's.
If the police catch you doing that, sir, I think they're going to hold you.
No, it's very near, it's pretty near. But what I'm saying, Mr. Perkins, that this area, for about I've been living here for 16 years now, Mr. Perkins, and no running water. Completely no running water.
In all of Bamboo?
In all of Bamboo. Lilyfield. And this constituency have been represented by the PMP for as long as I could remember. When I moved to Bamboo, it was a PMP MP. And in 2002, Verna Parsons, they voted Verna Parsons, but she was still a PMP.
She was still a PNP?
Hello?
Verna Parsons was still a PNP?
Yeah, but she is a PMP now, so...
Well, I know she's changed.
She has switched allegiance, so she's a PMP. But I'm saying, Mr. Perkins, I think Bamboo deserves better than that, because this constituency have been represented by PMP for a long time.
The people of this country deserve better than they've been getting from government.
Yes, sir. The guy that is going to run now, Mr. Otney Lawrence, I think he will make a difference.
You think so?
I think he will make a difference because he lives in the constituency and he's among the youth. He play ball with the youth, everything with the youth. So I think he will make a difference.
Well?
Yeah, another point, Mr. Perkins. Cable and wireless. Cable and wireless have an ADSL system, and when you apply for the system, Mr. Perkins, they don't tell you that you have to sign they don't give you a contract. But they are telling, they are call out there, having a little problem with the ADSL system, and I call out there to cut off the system. And Mr. Perkins, they are telling me that I have a 1-year contract with them. And nobody tell me about it. They didn't give me...
Did you sign any document?
No document, Mr. Perkins. No document at all.
You didn't sign a document?
No, sir.
And you weren't told that you're contracting for a year?
I wasn't told that.
Well, tell them goodbye.
Right,
Right.
Mr. Perkins, I think there are some fine people, Mr. Perkins.
Well, whatever that is. But in your case, you say you signed no document. Right?
Yes, sir.
Well, tell them you're not happy with the system and you don't want to have any more of it. Goodbye.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yeah, the other point, Mr. Perkins, I want to be quick. Concerning the medical care for the children under 18-year-old, Mr. Perkins. When I go to the hospital and you get, so you get the registration free, right, as they are saying, and the doctor look at the child and prescribe a medication for the child, Mr. Perkins. You know, say, I believe that should be the main focus of the government for the medication part of it, because the medication part of it, Mr. Perkins, is the rougher part.
And it's no use the doctor looking at her, at the child.
That's what I'm saying.
If you can't buy the medication.
And I keep going around asking people if what the Prime Minister said, if it's going to cover medication. And I believe that, and a lot of people believe that it covers medication. But it don't cover medication, Mr. Perkins.
Oh, is that so? I didn't realize that.
Because you're still, even most, Mr. Perkins, regarding the pharmacy at the hospital, it's very rare you get a medication there, because most of the time they don't have many medication. So you have to leave and go to the private pharmacy to buy the medication. And I believe it's the cheapest medication you can get, especially for a child right now, because the children medication is much dearer than for the adults. And the cheapest one you can get is over $2,000.
Oh, yeah?
Mr. Perkins, this thing is not helping us.
Well, $2,000 for what?
Sir?
$2,000 for what?
I mean the cheapest, alright. If you're going to buy a cold medicine, for the child, a simple cold. Some of those medicine over $300. That's a cold medicine alone. And if the child is sick otherwise, you have to go down deep in the pocket, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
I think that should be the focus of the government with cut the medication, cut the cost of the medication.
Well, I was under the impression that I didn't realize that it's just the doctor looking at them and diagnosing in the hospital.
Right, because the child gone dead anyway if it's sick bad. So you don't need to go to the doctor.
I must ask about that.
Right, Mr. Perkins, I'm going to give somebody else a chance to talk.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. All the best.
You're welcome, sir.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
I'm an admirer of your program.
You are?
Yes, yes.
How extraordinary.
I listen to it on the internet when I'm in London, and I listen to it on the radio when I'm in Jamaica.
Uh-huh.
But I'm beginning to get the impression that you're a little bit of a part of the problem, yes?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Let's hear that.
Well, I often hear people ringing up and saying that they can't get their birth certificate, they can't get their their
Yes.
TRN card or whatever. And you say to them, oh, you need proper representation, you must seek out your MP, and you must do this. And then
You must do what?
You tell them that they must seek out their elected representatives, and they must elect the government that will serve them.
Yes.
You say all this, and it sounds very nice. At the end of the conversation, you say to them, hold the line. Someone will take your number off there, and I will sort the problem out. So you're actually not forcing them to do what they should do, which is to vote in people who are there to represent them.
Yes.
Do you understand that?
Yes.
It's that simple. That, if someone has got a toothache, for instance, yeah?
Uh-huh.
And you're like the Fensic. You're like the painkiller.
Yes.
Every so often it comes up and he takes a painkiller, and for 2 days he's got peace.
Well, I tell you something.
As he keeps doing this, his tooth is rotting, and then when he finally goes to the dentist, there is no teeth there to save.
Yes.
You're in a way like the painkiller. You're doing these little things off air, which you're solving problems to people. You're not elected to do that.
Will you hold on for a moment for me?
Get maximum returns with the COK Wealth Maximizer long-term savings account. It pays excellent returns tax-free. Conditions apply. COK for life. COK. Invest in your future today. And the time by COK is
1:30.
Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart. Don't settle for high prices and limited variety. Megamart has a wide selection of groceries, freshly baked goods, household items and appliances, furniture, clothing, and much more. You can also dine in or out at our food court and fill your prescription at our pharmacy while you shop. We're open 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart, Portmore and Kingston. Megamart, the best value by far.
Deposit insurance is a scheme to protect depositors in banks and building societies. And effective July 1, protection for depositors' funds will be increased from the current $300,000 to $600,000 per depositor per institution. For further information, call JDIC, toll-free at 1-888-991-5342.
JDIC, protecting deposits for you and me.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes, I'm still.
Yes, sir. In Jamaican courtrooms, one frequently hears accused persons, when asked to plead guilty or not guilty, responding that they are guilty with explanation.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Well, I would like to plead guilty with explanation.
Oh, I see.
Right?
Well, perhaps you can get pardoned.
I fully understand, sir, that as long as people are prepared to tolerate the indignities and the unfairness imposed upon them, where government agencies are taking their money, beginning with the government itself,
right,
that takes their taxes,
right,
and then the road is in awful condition,
right,
the hospitals are in awful condition,
right,
the schools, the crime situation, whatever.
But you
right?
make it a little bit more tolerable, Mr. Perkins.
I beg your pardon?
You make it a little bit more tolerable by actually solving some of the problems for some of the worst cases.
I'm aware of that, sir. I'm aware of it.
I don't think you really...
But on the other hand, it's a little hard to say to somebody...
They may actually vote for how they really feel when election comes around.
Yes.
If they've suffered enough.
Yes.
If you're, pain relief, if you're actually just, patching up the thing, then...
I entirely agree with you, sir. But it's a little hard when you hear somebody saying, well, they have this problem, the child has to go to school, whatever.
But sometimes
right?
you have to be kind.
And you are telling them.
Mean to be kind. You have to, sometimes you really do have to, let people decide for themselves that really they need better than this. And if you keep patching it up, you're not doing them a service. You're doing the country down.
I entirely agree with you. And I have said it, sir, that somebody calls in here and I get in touch with the RGD and it hastens the thing. And there are 1,000 people outside there.
But then that same
suffering
person,
from the same condition.
But the same person that you've just solved the problem for, when election time comes, he's forgotten he's waited 2 years for his child's travel document.
That is true. I recognize that.
And I think you should resist as much as you can from doing that, Another little thing I want to mention. Last year I was here doing some work and the cement was coming out bad.
I'm not hearing.
Last year I was here doing some work.
Yes.
And I ran out of cement because there was a shortage of it. And I went over to Rockford to see if I could get some from the cement place. Yeah? And about 3 years ago I bought a car. And because I used to travel the island with my suitcase in the back, someone broke into the car and stole the suitcase. So I decided to black out the windows, yes?
Yes.
I paid someone and he put some black thing over the window so, you can't see the suitcase in the car.
Yes.
Now I'm driving over by Rockfort last year, and this policeman stepped out of the road, put his hand up, and I had to indicate to pull over. I couldn't just slam my brakes on, so as I pulled over, he ran up to the car and he said, you don't know that if you don't stop, we will just shoot after you. So I said, well, hold on. I'm not fleeing from the scene of a crime. I haven't committed a crime. How do you mean? He says, well, we don't take any chances with car like this. You see, if we can't see inside it, we have the authority to just bring you to a stop anywhere we want.
Is that so?
Yes. So
I didn't know that was the law in Jamaica.
But he's threatening me.
Or at any rate, the lawlessness in Jamaica.
Now, if that policeman can take a shot at my car, not knowing that for a fact that I've done a crime, but because I failed to stop in time, and he's just stood out in the road with only about 15 yards to go, and I'm going at the required speed, I can't just stop. The person behind me might run into the back of me.
Yes.
So he's telling me that if I fail to stop quickly enough, next time he's going to shoot me. What kind of a society is this, man?
Well, good question. Is it a society to begin with? Because a society seems to me to imply order, right? But what is happening? He probably, if he had felt like it, he would have shot you. And then you would have heard that you were killed in a shootout.
Yes. I was
Right.
looking from the scene of some misdemeanor I've done or some great crime I've done. All I'm doing is looking for cement, and I didn't see him because I was looking for the cement entrance for the cement place. I didn't see him stand out in front of me in the last minute. So, I could have got myself killed because I blacked out the windows on my car.
Yes.
No, that's not right.
Well, you could have got yourself killed, sir, because we live in a lawless society where there is no... We do not live under the rule of law.
Seems so.
And, governmental persons and, persons who serve the government do not regard themselves as persons like the police, do not regard themselves as being bound by law. Because if he had shot you, right, and dropped a gun by you, and said that you had fired at him,
right,
nothing would have come out of it.
Well,
right? He can do that 1,000 times and get away with it.
Well, I just think it's so unfair because at the end of the day, people can't live like this. It has to stop. I was in Italy a few months ago, and I saw people walking along, holding hands, eating ice cream in the evenings, having a passeggiata.
Yes.
And I'm thinking to myself, why can't we do that in Jamaica?
Yes.
Why can't we walk in the evenings, holding our children's hand, walking along the promenade?
But sir, we used to be able to do it.
Yes, I know it.
Right.
It's
not all that long ago. We used to be able to walk around the streets of Kingston at any hour of the night.
Yes. And some in Italy, they're out at 12 o'clock at the night.
Yes.
They're enjoying themselves, walking along, eating and drinking and making merry. And no one has any fears. Their kids are playing around because their kids seem to stay out quite late because they're with their family. And they're in the square and they're having a nice family time. And it just seems so wholesome when you compare it to the fact that in Jamaica you have to be locked into your house by 6 o'clock and put the grills up and padlock the grills.
And even when you're locked into your house, you don't feel safe there.
I know. It's terrible. We need you to stop doing things for people who are desperate and let them vote for the people who will solve their problems, who are actually their representatives, who are paid to do that job. There is a consumer authority here, and it never seems to answer any questions that you pose to them. There's no purpose for them being there.
Yes.
So perhaps if these people who you're helping were to be sent to them and find out that they're a useless body and they should get rid of them, then perhaps they'll vote in someone who will get rid of them and set up a consumer authority that will actually,
defend the rights of consumers.
Yes. I mean, I buy electrical goods and they go wrong after 4 months and they're telling me I have to throw it away. It's only got 3 months warranty. No other country in the world have I bought electrical goods and they're telling me it's only got 3 months warranty. What's the matter with the Jamaican people? Does that mean that we have a right to less consumer quality than anywhere else in the world?
Well, part of the problem with that, I believe, is that we, in this country, for some reason, when the Jamaica Public Service Company produces electricity on the basis of the British.
Unstable. It's a very unstable supply.
Well,
there's surges
that's one
every
thing.
day.
And there are surges and so on it. But in any event, what we are producing here is 50 cycle.
Okay.
Right? Now, we are importing a lot of electrical goods from the United States. You see, part of our problem is that in Britain, you have 50 cycle.
Right.
But you have
240
volts, right? Now, we have copied the British thing in that we have 50 cycle. But we have copied the American system
110.
in that you have 110 volts, right? So you can't import stuff from, you can. It can be done because the British 240 can work on the Jamaican 220. Right? But generally speaking, people are running 110 volt units. Right? And the 110 volt units, imported largely from the United States, are 60 cycle. right?
Yeah.
And they break down after a while
I see.
because of that.
So therefore, if you buy a toaster or anything else and they say, oh, it's 4 months, so we don't want to know, go away, you just have to accept that your hard-earned money that you've earned, paid taxes on, and purchased their thing in good faith,
Yes.
you have to throw it away.
I've had a lot of trouble with some types of equipment on that basis.
Well,
You know?
to me, if there's some kind of a consumer setup and some
Yes.
government body, they're supposed to either say, you import these things, you must give the people the requisite guarantee, or don't import them, or import them from somewhere where
Yes.
you know they will work.
If we're going to go along with the American system, I don't know why we didn't do 60 cycle.
Me neither. I mean, they should force the electricity company to produce electricity at 60 cycles.
Yes.
It's that simple, write it into their charter, and
Yes.
they have to do it, and it would save, thousands of equipment that we're putting into landfill sites because, we're importing them and they don't last a year and then we're throwing them away. So it's not right. But anyhow, who am I to say?
All right, sir.
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
I agree with the previous caller about the RGB.
Uh-huh.
The RGB, they have registered general department.
Yes.
And I'm wondering, can the opposition demand some sort of audit or some sort of inquiry in how that operation and how the software works, or if it management and their bureaucracy?
Well, I don't know, sir. If the government was seriously concerned about the welfare of the people, they must by now have heard of all the complaints that people have been making, not only on this program, about the RGD. And if they really were concerned, they must have done something about it by now.
Mr. Perkins.
Eh?
The party that make up this government, this administration,
Uh-huh.
do you think they are concerned?
Well, I don't know. Judge for yourself.
Mr. Perkins, I tell you already, I compare my Jamaica to the other Caribbean island,
Uh-huh.
Mr. Perkins, are you proud of us half a power?
Hold on just a moment. Hold on.
For the best prices on generators, call QD and Ace with prices as low as $52,130. Run silent model also available. QD and Ace, 8 Red Hills Road, Kingston 10. The time by QD and Ace is
1:45.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him look at the money, him sorry him never have more. Ricky don't matter stop you come to it. We said the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be to us.
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maple Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
Deposit insurance is a scheme to protect depositors in banks and building societies. And effective July 1, protection for depositors' funds will be increased from the current $300,000 to $600,000 per depositor per institution. For further information, call JDIC, toll-free at 1-888-991-5342.
JDIC, protecting deposits for you and me.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online.
Now, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
Are you proud of Asafa Powell?
Am I what?
Proud of Asafa Powell.
Proud of him?
Yeah.
Yes.
He's a world-class athlete, huh?
Yes, indeed.
Now, a certain
But we have produced some others.
Many others.
Uh-huh.
And we are proud Jamaica is flying high, you know?
Yes.
Now, there's a certain finance minister who talk about world-class too.
Uh-huh.
And look at what he has done to our country.
Uh-huh.
You know, I pointed out to people, you know, to all my friends, because some of them really benefit, you know, Mr. Perkins. They said that I criticize the government, but I'm not getting any money. And they are able, the last election, how much money they got, and what type of vehicle they got.
How much so?
They make more than 200,000, Mr. Perkins.
Oh, is that so?
The type of vehicle that they drive, you know.
What are they doing for the 200,000?
All right, when the election comes along, they might get one of the cars, or they might get some of the campaign money, and they give a little jingling to the people. They give a little jingling to the people in the constituency. Organize certain people above them to organize them to vote. They benefit personally with a larger sum.
Yes.
But the other persons, the other people, they sort of give them, something that they can feel good about.
Oh.
No financial, well-being, and things.
What do they give them?
Mr. Perkins.
Like what?
Mr. Perkins, let's not go into the libel thing. No, Mr. Perkins. One thing, I'm warning Mr. Perkins. I read the thing about the free education.
Yes.
And the lady said that she went to Barbados in 1972. Now, I remember when I was going to school, there was also free education. We used to even get cornmeal, flour, sugar, and those things. You remember that?
No.
We used to get milk powder.
There was free education at the level of what was called the elementary school.
Yeah, primary school.
But at the secondary level, a handful of students got scholarships. Right? You could sit a scholarship exam.
Yes.
And if you got through that, you would get a tuition fee. Right? What is being talked about here is something that goes beyond that. Free education, free tuition, certainly. All the way up to the secondary, in Barbados, free education all the way up to the university level. Right? They pay your university fees and, in fact, offer scholarships to youngsters who do succeed in more than 4 A-level subjects, I believe. And if they get accepted by universities abroad, the government pays their fees at Oxford, Cambridge, Harvard, Yale, wherever.
Do you believe that, Mr. Perkins?
What?
About that? The government paying the fee at that level?
Yes. Why?
No, like private companies would look at the potential of these students and can say that you can get a loan because you have the potential when you acquire your profession to repay this loan. That's what I'm maybe thinking.
No,
like that.
My understanding is that the government does it, sir.
Because I'm thinking like a Jamaican, because that's how our Jamaican would look at it. Say that this person can get a loan and repay.
No, we're not talking about a loan here, sir.
I know, but it sounds so,
So what?
Unrealistic.
Unrealistic?
Yeah.
Why?
Because our leaders here, why they try to put it in our head as if government cannot provide this particular benefit for the people. I mean, look at Cuba. I understand Cuba has the same thing too.
Yeah, Cuba. I'm not sure. I don't know the details of the Cuban system, but I know that the Cuban people are on the whole highly educated people. Well-educated people.
Another thing, Mr. Perkins. Mr. Perkins, I'm wondering, the PMP won in 72.
Yes.
How come Mr. Manley went so radical with his communism and started to run people out of this country and not the JLP? Why? And why we love the PMP so much? And in terms of how they abuse the people of this country here. In terms of what they, what they provide for the people. Because even Miss Portia Sims' constituency, what has she done for these people? That these people keep on putting these people back.
Well, I tell you something. You must ask the people in Mrs. Portia Simpson's constituency, right? I don't know what they're getting. It isn't obvious that they're getting anything.
But they're in a mental slavery.
Maybe,
They're in some sort of prison, man, because these people are not thinking.
Well, I don't know, sir. But you have to know the basis. To say that they're not thinking, you have to know the facts on which they have come to whatever conclusion it is they've come to.
Mr. Perkins, do you hear of anybody saying that down in Tivoli they are throwing scandal bags, defecating in scandal bags and throwing it someplace?
I beg your pardon? What are you saying?
Mr. Perkins, do you hear of anybody, any news or so, anybody saying that the people of Tivoli is defecating in scandal bags and throwing over some gully or something?
No, I don't. I haven't heard that.
But we hear of this in in Omar's constituency and Miss Simpson's constituency. I remember they've set up some toilet. You remember that? What the community toilet they set up? Boy, these people are not thinking, man.
Well, I don't know, sir. If they like what they have, right? And have no sense of any better that they would wish to have, then their action is understandable.
And that is why I'm saying, oh, Barbados, boy, oh, boy.
You can't, let me tell you something. Do you like cow food? You eat that?
Yeah, man, I cow
You eat cow food. You eat, you eat pork?
Yeah, man, jerk, especially jerk.
Yes? Oh, what is it that you don't like? What's it that you don't eat?
Right now, I don't like the mackerel and the thing that I have to be eating.
Oh, you don't eat mackerel?
No, it's just that, boy, the tin thing, I am not into the tin.
But, there are other people who love it.
Because just like me, they can't do better. I mean, when you look in the trolley, I mean, the few meats, there's a lot of tins and biscuits. Last night I saw a girl came to the shop near to me, and she bought 3 cheese strips.
3 what?
3 cheese strips, 3 like cheese bits and so on. And one of my friends was saying that, them girls are really and truly, they need to do better, them cannot feed the children and them something,
Yes.
Especially in a rainy night like this, Should have buy like a cornmeal and make like a porridge or something or the other.
Yes.
But she couldn't afford nothing then, supper.
Well, but the point I was making is that some people, there's things that you like, that I don't like, others that I like that you don't like, right? So, I mean, when you look at how people behave in relation to this matter of politics, for example, you have to reckon that maybe what you don't like, they like.
You really think them like that, Mr. Perkins? You really think these people, maybe they're not exposed to that taste or so, but they're just used to that. Because I used to eat lobster,
You used to eat lobster?
Yes. I can't eat it now again, can't afford it.
You can't afford it.
I wouldn't mind go back there, just like how there was a time when people could eat cornflakes. And they started to eat cornflakes. Now cornflakes is out of style. It's in the supermarket so much now.
Yes.
What I'm saying is that these people could never continue because of that. It's not that they love it. They want somebody to come and tell them, say...
Well, I tell you another thing. I hear it being said that the people love Sister P. And they're going to vote for Sister P out of love for Sister P.
She alone?
Not out of some, they're not figuring what they will get, what will come to them, what quality of life will be available to them as a result of voting for Sister P. What is being said is that they love Sister P, and they will vote for this lady whom they love. Right? And even if thereafter they won't be able to eat tin mackerel.
Mr. Perkins,
yes.
It's no different than how the Christians in this country here preach that the life after death will be salvation. So you don't have to do nothing about what is going on now in this world to make your life better. Just live until after death you reap salvation.
Well, that's one way of looking at it, I suppose.
We need to do better, Mr. Perkins.
Yes?
2002, the people started to cry just after the election. What we're going to do 2008? February 2008?
Well, I don't know. Just after the election in 2002, the world-class finance minister came to Parliament with a tax bill, a tax of 15
the supplementary estimate.
$15 billion, the supplementary estimate. Yes, an increase in taxes.
2 different books in running in Mr. Perkins.
So when after the elections here now, he will probably come with a new tax measure.
Yeah.
I don't know, but what do you think?
It might say
about 30 billion?
That he had misestimate and so on.
Yes.
Jamaican. There are some educated people in this country, Mr. Perkins, who really and truly just sit by, and allow this thing to happen,
Well.
Not wising up and so on.
They must know what they're getting out of it, sir.
But Mr. Perkins, I have known friends who, like one used to live in Delacree Park in Miss Simpson's constituency. He used to support Mr. Patterson at the time.
Yes.
And I was pointing out to him that the murders that are taking place are being done by the young people. And if he should realize that in 89, these young people could have been about, from the JLP 1980 to 89, they would have been 9-year-old. And at the time was 1998. So from 89 to 98 they would have been, 18 years old. The murder, the young youth that were doing these murders was between 15 and about 27 or thereabout.
Yes.
And I said, how come these guys learn these things? Did they learn this in the 80s at that 9-year-old or, between 9 and 12? Or because of the opportunity that they are not getting now in the 90s, they are resorting to these things? Because many of them were from garrisons. And the JLP only had 2 garrisons, The PMP had a lot of them in the Carpentier here. He was from Delacree Park. You know where that guy is living, Mr. Perkins?
Where?
In the States.
Oh, yes?
Many of them, if they will support this party here, abandon us and go to the States. They do not go to Cuba or Venezuela. They go to the States.
Yes.
Even England.
All right. Hold on a moment.
Hear this? Let Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower help your hair regain health and beauty. Distributed by Lasco and available at leading beauty stores and pharmacies island-wide. Astrosan products, good Jamaica, great value. The time by Astrosan products is
2:01.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world. The Manchester Cooperative Credit Union 1977 Limited invites you to take advantage of their wide range of products and services. Get all your financial needs fulfilled through a safe and reliable partner in Mandeville, Christiana and Forres. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world. Now for today's weather brief. There's a surface to upper-level trough across the central Caribbean. This afternoon will see scattered showers and thunderstorms over most parishes. Over the next 3 days, look for partly cloudy conditions with afternoon thunder showers. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
When it comes to top quality, when you want great taste, find food for your family, put Eve on your plate. Get value for your money, top quality, great taste. Find food for your family, put Eve on your plate.
Eve Foods, lots of nutrition, a fine food tradition.
Find food for your family, put Eve on your plate.
Eve, the first family of fine foods.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello?
Now, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Even one of your friends, he has migrated to, You know him,
Huh?
One of your friends who support this government here, this party administration. He has migrated to,
You're talking about
Stonehead.
Stonehead.
No, Mr. Perkins, why is it these people don't want to call the election?
Who says they don't?
Why are they drawing it out like this?
Well, I think that they would wish to call the election, but they seem to, I don't know, be plagued by doubt as to the likelihood of them winning it now, and so they're putting it off and trying to use time to improve the position. I don't know.
But the pollsters are telling them that the people of the country, majority of the people of the country, want Portia.
No, well, I don't know. Yes, they're all saying that that the people want Portia, but They're saying all sorts of other things too.
Yes, the wrong direction and so on. But before I go, Mr. Perkins, I'll tell you a dream that I had. You can call it prophecy if you want.
Yes.
I dreamed that she's gonna call election at the, you know that place, that thing that that metal structure that they're building in half a tree?
Yes.
I had a dream that she's gonna call election there.
Oh?
Yeah.
Call it there?
Yes, when it's complete.
Uh-huh.
There are a lot of people they're gonna, gather up a lot of people there.
Oh.
And call election. So
I see.
maybe it's after that thing is completed,
Uh-huh.
in half a tree square.
Well, let's see.
I'm a better prophet.
Eh?
I'm a better prophet.
Well, I don't know.
Well, when it comes true, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
All right then.
Okay, thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins. Hello?
Yes, yes.
Uh-huh.
I'm listening.
Uh-huh, Mr. Perkins?
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to you,
And
ma'am.
how are you, sir?
I'm not too bad.
Okay.
You?
I just want to be to the point, sir. That gentleman that came on a while ago talking about kids eating potato chips and whatever.
Uh-huh.
But, I think if that man come to New York just for a day
Uh-huh.
and see these kids in New York, like the parents don't cook for them,
Uh-huh.
Sir, these kids, they eat chips. They go to school eating chips, coming home, they eating chips.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes you would sorry for those kids.
You feel sorry for them?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
And I must say that God bless this country, Jamaica.
You think that they would do better on some good cornmeal dumpling?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
Yes. They need some Jamaican food.
A roast pork?
Yes. You know what I mean?
I follow you.
Yes.
But a lot of Jamaicans, Mom, are living on, chicken neck and back and...
Well, sir, maybe if some of those people in New York get some of the chicken back, it would be better for those kids, than having them eating the chips and all that sort of thing.
I'll follow you.
Yes, sir. And I'm just getting to the point, sir. And, people must realize, whether it's Miss Portia, or Mr. Bruce Golding.
Uh-huh.
And if Mr. Bruce Golding win tomorrow morning, people must understand that they can't wave a magic wand,
Uh-huh.
A magic wand cannot be waved.
Yes.
People have to come together,
Uh-huh.
be united, love each other.
Well, you can't unite around just anything,
So
part of the business of uniting is determining and agreeing upon what it is that you're going to unite about. Am I right?
Yes, you're right.
Uh-huh.
You're right. But some people think that, they're going to wave magic wand and everything going to come together just like that.
No,
It
they
can't
can't.
work that
No,
way.
there's no magic wand, Mom. Right? And if a new party coming into office now is going to find the situation immensely difficult.
Of course.
As a result of what has been going on in the last 18 years.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Now, the question is, therefore, what are you going to do? Keep the party that has created this situation with the likelihood of it getting worse and worse, or try something new and see whether that party cannot over time
Mr. Perkins,
improve the situation?
Sometimes, sir, you have to stick to the evil that you know. And let me tell you something. This government has done a lot. When I look on the roads, I don't live here,
Uh-huh.
I don't live here, sir. But when I look on the roads, all of the roads, they can't fix same time, Mr. Perkins.
Oh, is that so?
Well, let me tell you something. When I look on these roads, my. People leave from New York and come here. People who has never been here like for 5 years, and when they come here and see the development of this country, they just can't believe it.
What development, Mom?
What development, sir? Look on the roads.
Which roads? You mean the
highway.
The highway?
We never have such nice highway, sir.
That's one...
And Mr. Peter
hold on.
Justice put it in place.
Hold on a
and
little
Miss
bit.
Portia finish it up.
Hold on a minute. That's one road, one highway, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, have you looked at the other roads around?
That's what I just said. I said all of them cannot be done at the same time.
That is not the argument, Mom. Nobody has ever argued that the roads should all be done at the same time. But if over the last 18 years, the roads had been maintained, right, then we would have a much better road system than we now have. But the government seems to have thought that all it has to do was to build a couple of toll roads or secure the building of a couple of toll roads and everything would be fine.
No, everything can be fine, sir.
For me to get to the toll road now,
Mm-hmm.
I have to drive several miles, you know.
Depends on where you're coming from.
Eh?
Depends on where you're coming from.
But most people in Jamaica, to get to the toll road, would have to drive several miles. And if they're driving those miles over bad roads, right, then it is very hard on them.
All right, Mr. Perkins, one more thing, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
The crime.
The crime.
The crime, sir.
Uh-huh.
I think they need to bring back Mr. Adams, you know. I don't know what them having him office there, having him in office, you know, sir. He must come out back and they need more, about 50 more men like Mr. Adams.
Ah.
Yes, sir.
I see
They
what you
need
mean.
some more of them, that man. That man is a good man.
Is a good man.
Yes, sir.
Because he shoot niggers.
Sir, you have some bad man, you know, sir. So they need little discipline.
Yes, but
and they must go there. The police are
hold on
doing
a
a
minute
job,
now.
you know. So it's not that they must
Did
go
you
there
see-
and shoot.
Did you see the picture of the television footage
Mm-hmm.
of Mr. Adams and his men holding rifles above their heads? They weren't looking down the barrel of the rifles, aiming them. They were holding them far above their head, at arm's length above their heads, and pouring indiscriminate fire into Tivoli Gardens. Did you see that?
No?
Well, I tell you something. It was on television.
It wasn't good.
How do you mean if it wasn't good? How could that be good?
Mr. P,
Huh?
you know, sometime, you know, rain fall and it's set up and whatever, but sometime, you know, God, the man above, is powerful than everybody else.
Uh-huh.
No matter how a man is bad, one day, him have to stop, you know. When
Hold on
men
just a
were
moment
born,
for me. Hold on.
Lasco Cambio is conveniently located on your way up or on your way down from Halfway Tree. They're open 8 a.m. daily. Visit Lasco Cambio for fast, reliable service. 29 Red Hills Road and now open in Pepin, 8 Gordon Town Road. The time by Lasco Cambio is
2:15.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel this Friday, June 1, as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by the Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. 3 Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient and quality service. Breads and More Limited, shops 4 and 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DR Ebanks Limited for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Centre, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited, more parts, serious business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper, think Paper Place. Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. And Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies for Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel this Friday, June 1, right here on Power 106 FM. You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello?
Oh, yes, I just want to finish.
Hold on,
saying. Yes,
no.
sir.
No. I find you very interesting. Right? Because there are some people in Jamaica, you see?
Yes, sir.
And you are like them, who don't mind to see butchery as long as it is happening to somebody else.
I wouldn't say that, Mr.
How you
Perkins. I wouldn't say that, sir.
No, man.
I wouldn't say that.
But you want to see people back in the police force who were prepared to do the kind of thing that I've described to you, right? As long as it is happening to somebody else. But if fire were being poured into the place where you live, like that, you wouldn't like it, would you? Or if your children were somewhere there while that firing was going on, you wouldn't like that.
No, Mr. Perkins,
no.
But sometimes parents try to bring up their kids in the right way and they just mean to be bad. You understand, sir?
No.
They're just bad.
No, hold on. Let me tell you something, Mom. There is a principle of law, you see?
Well, that is true.
That Mr. Adams disagrees with.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He doesn't agree with it. That an accused person is innocent until proven guilty. Right?
Yes, sir.
And the whole idea is that what policing is about is discovering the author of crimes, the authors of crimes, right? And bringing those persons, gathering the evidence, bringing those persons before the court, presenting the evidence to the court, for the court to determine whether on the evidence those persons are guilty or innocent. Right?
Yes, sir.
Now, until a person is proven guilty. That person cannot be assumed to be innocent, and you just shoot him and get rid of him.
No,
right?
Well, that is not right.
That is not right.
No.
Well, and you cannot just be pouring fire into an area where people live. Grown men, grown women, old men, old women, children, babies, and you're pouring fire like that into those places?
I suppose they were firing back on them, Mr. Perkins.
No, I don't know that, but in any event, if somebody is firing at you, you don't just fire indiscriminately and vaguely in the direction where that person might be. You aim at that person.
Right.
Right? And you take that person out with one shot if you can.
Well, Mr. Perkins, you have good police and you have bad police.
You do have good police and bad
you have
police.
Some very
The question is by whether Mr. Adams represents the type of the good police. That is the question that needs to be answered.
Oh, boy. Mr. P, thanks for speaking with me, sir. And I wish Jamaica all the best.
You wish Jamaica all the best?
Yes, sir. I wish Jamaica
all
the best.
You cannot be wishing Jamaica all the best and wishing Jamaica to be in the hands of policemen who do what I have been describing there to you.
Well, as I say, the police, they
and
have
to go by what they're
supposed to do.
It was shown on television, you know. It was shown on television. And the tape is available, I'm sure. I have a copy of it.
Okay.
Right? Okay?
Okay. All right, sir.
All right, Mom. Hello?
Yes, Perkins.
Yes.
Now, I asked you a question before.
You did what?
I asked you some questions before, and I am going to ask, and you didn't give me any answer.
When was that?
Long time ago with this, you're talking to this lady who you talk about, they show footage of what security forces have guns above their heads, firing indiscriminately.
You didn't see it?
And I asked you the question, where were the cameramen?
Right in there in that room beside them.
Beside them?
No, behind them.
Beside them, behind them. Which is which?
Huh?
Which is which?
Well, I don't know.
Behind,
it depends. There must have been all around shooting from all different angles.
And shooting where?
What?
Where they were
shooting their
firing
film.
Huh?
Shooting their film.
Where they were firing at?
They were taking pictures, sir.
You know, I said, where the gunmen were, where the security were firing.
They were firing vaguely into Tivoli Garden.
How you know it was in Tivoli Garden?
But because you could see where they were and where they were.
Do you have a look at a movie?
Look, sir.
Perkins asked a question. Have you ever seen a movie?
I've seen several movies.
You ever see men get shot and them don't get no shot? You ever see man jump off a building? Answer me the question. I don't want you to laugh.
Don't waste time.
You
wouldn't.
You
if
don't
you
want
have
because
something,
I'm not one of your lackeys. Are you
if you have something to say, say it.
I am asking you a question because there are camera tricks. I asked you a question if you ever see a motor car come off of a building. If you ever seen it.
What is the purpose of this?
Oh, you mean what
are you trying to
camera?
get at?
I'm telling you about camera trips.
Well, the thing was on television, and nobody has up to now said that it was.
Camera trips, I am
Nobody said that. Mr. Adams did not say that.
Him not to say it.
How do you mean him not to say it? Why are you taking up his defense?
Yes.
When he didn't defend himself.
Look, I'm going to ask you another question. There was a CVM reporter who went down there to Tivoli Garden.
Yes.
And I'm going to hear what you are going to say.
Anyway, all right.
And when that...
Thank you very much. Thank you. All the best to you. Hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Hi, Mr. Perkins.
Hello, how are you?
Patricia Hall is calling you from the Register.
Oh, yes,
Department. My marketing officer just indicated that there was a customer who called.
Yes.
Not too long ago regarding the fact that...
But I don't have the information in front of me now.
I do have it. We have a tracking system, electronic tracking system, so we have everything.
Yes.
So we do know that this gentleman had made an application, but his name was not entered on his birth record at the time of registration.
Yes.
That we are happy to say will no longer occur.
Well, how does that? How can that happen?
We are now at the bedside registration. So as soon as the baby is born, we register the child with a name, and the free birth certificate goes out in the mail by courier.
Yes.
But that used to happen in the past.
Yes.
And this is an older person, so it takes a little more of us finding evidence to support the change of name. So it does take a little longer than usual. But it is now ready. I am under the impression.
It's ready.
This
so he can call for it now.
It was, yeah.
Okay.
No, it will be sent in the courier. Because
it
was printed on the 22nd of May.
All right.
But it takes a little time.
I see.
Once the name is not added by the mother at the time of registration.
But Mrs. Holness.
Yes.
When I heard that your department was going to be computerized.
Yes.
And this was some years ago, no?
Yes.
And it's been, I gather that most of the data is on the computer now.
Not most. We have about 6 million indices. Remember that if we are going back to the 1660s, we will end up with over 40 million records. And if you add the Island Record Office size, it may be over 70 million.
Yes.
But the active persons, we have indices up to about 6 million. But in order to produce a birth certificate, unlike other countries like the U.S., where they just give certain portions of the birth information, Jamaica gives full information on our birth record. So we are not just scanning our record, we are data entering so that we have the full information on our birth certificate. For those years, we have full information from 1994 all the way up to 2007. And now with free first birth certificate.
From 1994?
Yes.
To 2007?
But for the years going back to 1920, we have varying totals. So we may have 70% of 1 year, 90% of 1 year, but I can categorically speak to 1994 to 2000.
Well, how long have you been at it now?
Oh, we have been at it from before executive agency, about 1997, 98.
1997.
But remember, it has about 5,000 keystrokes for each record. And we have to not just enter one record, but because it's person's identity, we have to enter not just the first record, but when we key on top, which means another individual keys again the information to ensure that the error rate is kept at 0.00.
So when do you think that you will be in a position to provide a birth certificate for persons who were born somewhere between 1920 and now?
We can do that right now in 15
yes,
minutes.
But
I'm saying electronically. You're asking a different question. You're asking me what's on the database. It doesn't prevent us. I mean, I can go beyond this. I've produced birth certificates for persons. This agency has produced birth certificates for persons in 1879.
But I should have thought, Mrs. Holness, that somebody living in St. Elizabeth wouldn't have to come to Kingston to get a birth
certificate. They don't have to, Mr. Perkins. Remember, you can go on the website www.rgd.gov.jm and you can take along with you at 2 a.m. in your pajamas onto your computer with your credit card, and you make the application online. Yesterday, I had over 200 applications online. Paid for.
But I
so it's anywhere in the world, not just in Elizabeth.
But then I should have thought that with a computerized database, that all that person would have to do is sit down and wait 5 minutes, and the stuff would be coming back on the computer.
Through the computer. But Mr. Perkins, think about it. What would they be printing on?
How you mean?
Plain paper. Remember, electronic is as electronic does. The data is there. But remember, we have a security paper that we issue to the country.
Well, in that event then.
In that event, for control purposes.
The thing would be coming back in the mail tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we have that service right now.
You have that service right now?
And that's years
well, there are huge numbers of people calling this program who don't. Well, when I say huge numbers,
the people who call are the persons
every day I can almost I get calls from persons who
and these are the cases. And these are the cases that we usually have who are calling the challenging cases.
Anyway, I'm out of time, eh?
But I thank you. You have a wonderful day.
That's all right. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, that brings us to the end of Perkins Online for today. We'll be back hopefully tomorrow, usual time and place. We look forward to your company. So long.